did it. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. And here's the intro. A very happy Friday, one and all.
Like, why is it about hair? Look, it's Lugia being a water type.
It's not just because it's underwater does not mean it's a water type.
Yes, it does. If it looks like a bee, it is a bee.
It's a bee now, too?
No, it doesn't look like a bee. It looks like a water type, and therefore it is.
It's a flying psychic type. Anyway.
You are.
I'm a flying psychic type?
Yeah.
I've never... well, I mean, in a plane, I guess. I was going to say I've never flown in my life, but that's a lie.
I will say, I accidentally hit a bird today. It was an accident.
In your car?
It definitely died.
Amy! Well, what a great way to start our Nuzlocke. Holy crap. Okay. First of all, folks, let us know how the levels are. Like, if the game music can't be heard at all, let me know. If we're getting drowned out at all, even when we talk quieter by the music, let us know. Or if we're, like, peaking like crazy and we're super loud, let us know. I can fiddle with the levels a little bit. But I guess I will say, for those of you that may be new, whether you're watching live or on the VOD, what's going on, everybody? This is Joe.
And Amy.
We are Geek for All, and we are here to play our second ever Nuzlocke. For folks who are unaware of what that is, don't worry, we will get into it. But this, we are playing as Pokemon SoulSilver, because the last Nuzlocke that we did was Pokemon Fire Red, because, for folks who are unaware of how we do things here on this channel, Amy has been taken through by me the first 5 generations so far of Pokemon, which she had never experienced prior to being shown them when we started playing them. So, because she played Pokemon Red for Gen 1 and Pokemon Silver for Gen 2, we decided that we would do Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon SoulSilver, respectively.
Do you want me to wait a while before reading chat? I don't know exactly how you want to go.
I'm going to do you can read it now. I'm going to do the, like, introductory stuff. Most of the time for this game, for folks who are not familiar with this game in particular, we're not really going to be going through the story and the dialogue and all that. We're going to be skipping through it because we're trying to get to the Nuzlocke portions of things. But before we start, I do want to ask, just because we still do this with every video we do or every game that we play, at least, Amy, what, if anything, do you know about Pokemon SoulSilver?
It has Lugia.
Sure.
I love Lugia.
Why do you love Lugia?
Because Lugia is great.
Okay.
Period.
Okay. I was going to say spoilers for folks who have not seen our Silver playthrough or our last Nuzlocke or kind of any of our Pokemon content. We're going to be talking about it a fair bit because we've done it already. And so there will be, I guess, spoilers in here. We probably won't touch too much on Pokemon Black. So if you haven't really gotten a chance to delve into that series yet, don't worry. I can't imagine that we'll be doing too much conversation on that.
No.
But it could incidentally happen. But for Silver, we're definitely going to be talking about Silver. We'll definitely talk about Red and Fire Red, and we'll kind of go from there. But yeah, the reason I bring that up is because, Amy, you had Lugia on your team in Pokemon Silver.
I did.
There was Lugia's cry to start the game. But yes, Amy, feel free to read chat. I'm going to go through all of this stuff here.
Okay.
As I, put in our character's name of Gruel and all that fun stuff and say that we're a boy, etc.
Okay. Hasbin Dust is here saying, I'll be waiting. I think the starter might be Cyndaquil.
Well, you will find out very shortly whether you're correct or not, and I will explain why I am choosing the starter I am choosing.
Hob says, favorite Pokemon game ever. Let's go.
That's right. Hob has mentioned that in the past. First of all, hello to both of you.
Yes.
But second of all, yes, Hob has mentioned this his favorite Pokemon game. And that's great. Like I said, unfortunately, we're not really going to be doing too much of the story, but we're still going to be playing the game and going through the different areas, and we're going to have a lot of time to have a lot of discussions about stuff. So anything that folks want to talk about, please feel free to bring it to these streams. You'll know when we're in the middle of something where we can't talk about certain things in that moment, but we will have lots and lots of time. This game, more than the prior game, and possibly more than any other, because of the fact that we're Nuzlocking it, is going to take a lot of grinding. And what we need to do during grinding is have something to entertain all of you with. So we will be able to talk and stuff at that point.
Yeah. Okay. C. Holland is here saying, hey, with a wave.
What is up, C. Holland? Happy Friday to you, and hello,
Yes.
Happy Friday to the other folks who I just said hello to as well.
Hob says, you remembered to do the enable impossible EVOs. Right? Yes?
I sure did.
Did I say that right?
Sure. Evos,
Evos?
evolutions is what it is,
Okay.
means.
Because I saw it and I was like, my mind thought of EVs, I guess.
I gotcha. Sorry, go ahead.
Marcus is here saying, sup fam, 'tis Nuzlocke time.
That is right. And what is up, Marcus?
You can tell I'm kind of stoked for this because of the way in which I am reading the chat.
I'm super glad.
Hob says, it's a little low when you're talking, but it's not as tough, it's not as though there's any dialogue we have to hear.
Yeah, so he means that the game volume is a little low when we're talking, but again, then that means that we're able to be heard, so that actually works out perfectly.
Okay. Marcus says, Amy is an experienced trainer now. It has been awesome to watch. Thank you, Marcus. That means a lot.
She has always done an incredible job and is continuing to do so through Pokemon Black every Tuesday right here on this channel. Don't forget to subscribe and ring that bell. Go on, Amy.
Hob says, I love Lugia too. Gruel is raccoon now. I don't make the rules.
I don't. Is it because Gruel is everyone in every game? Is that what you mean?
I think he means red, green, and magic. And
because that's raccoons. That's right. You're so right. Thank you, thank you, Amy, and thank you, Hob. That's brilliant. I love it. So something new about this game that didn't happen in Silver is your friend Lyra. I think her name is. She comes out here with her Marill and talks to you a lot. She tries to call you all the goddamn time in this game. It's fine. It doesn't interrupt the game because we just don't ever answer her. But yeah, so there was the Marill that came up. Lyra came out of the house over there or the house, Professor Elm's lab. Your rival is over here.
Staring at a wall?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a window. There's a window over there that he's looking through.
So he's just peeping Tom-ing?
Sort of.
Weird.
Okay.
Unsettling. Okay. Marcus says, yup, Gruel is raccoons now.
That's right. Okay, so for folks who are unaware of how Nuzlocks work, I've already done a couple of things to implement this challenge. I might be able to fix this before the second game too, the second episode, but it's fine. Blah, blah, blah. We have to go find Mr. Pokemon. We've received our fetch quest, everybody. We did it. But we get to choose a Pokemon. And Hasbin Dust already predicted that I'm going to be choosing Cyndaquil. Hasbin Dust is absolutely correct. And the reason is because we have to look forward to what we're going to be coming up against, what we're going to be catching or possibly catching or being given as like a static thing, etc. Because for folks who are unaware of how a Nuzlocke works, here are some quick and dirty rules, and if more rules come up along the way that I've forgotten, we will talk about them then. But the main rule of a Nuzlocke is when you have a Pokemon on the field or in battle or whatever, if that Pokemon's HP at any point for any reason reaches 0 and that Pokemon faints, that Pokemon is not fainted, it is dead. We cannot use that Pokemon any longer, and we have to deposit it in the PC. Now, some people release their Pokemon. Because we're doing a show and I want to be able to look back on it in the future, I will make a box in the PC that we call the Death Box, and all of our dead companions will go in that box so that...
sounds awful.
Yes, it is. I mean,
Death
it's what...
Box.
Yes, it's what we did in Red as well. But it's a way for us to be able to go back and say, hey, remember when this happened and this, and we can talk about all the things that have occurred later on instead of having to try to memorize it or think about it or whatever in that way. Instead, we will have it, the Death Box will be there for us to review later on. So, but the second big rule of a Nuzlocke is you can't just catch as many Pokemon as you want. You can only catch or receive the first Pokemon that you get in any location in the game. So, for example, right now, we are in... Oh god, why can't I remember the name of this? Twin Leaf. No, Twin Leaf is a different game. God. Okay, I can't leave. Well, people can leave it in the comments. Why can't I remember? What the hell is the place called? Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're in our hometown, right? And our hometown is going to give us this Pokemon as our starter. On the screen for the Pokemon, it's going to say where that Pokemon was met. It's going to say that for every Pokemon that we get. And for this Pokemon, it's going to say our hometown. And so that is the only Pokemon that we can get, catch, etc. in our hometown. The next route that we go to, once we get Pokeballs, we can only catch one Pokemon in that route. And not only just one, the first one that we encounter with some caveats. So every new area, every new town, whatever that we get to, we can only have one Pokemon from each of those areas, and it can only be the first one that we come across unless that Pokemon is a Pokemon that we already have, or from an evolutionary line that we already have. And that's considered Dupe's Claws, or for fun only, because, we're here to have fun, despite the fact that Amy can attest, I'm very nervous. I am super worried that this is going to end poorly for me at some point, and I'm hoping that if it...
Fine.
Yes, and I'm hoping that if it happens at all, where it ends poorly, that it happens sooner rather than later, so that we're not like 3/4 of the way through the game and then we have to start over. It'd be super annoying, but I'm sure you're all here for the ride regardless, and it'll be very interesting no matter what happens. But
that's for sure.
But if we come across a shiny at any point, if we want to try and catch it for the rule of fun, we can try and catch it. The other thing is, if that shiny is a duplicate of one that we have, we would probably just get rid of the one that we have and keep the shiny. But regardless, that's not a hard and fast rule. It's just like, if you find a shiny, we found a shiny. How awesome is that?
Right.
Now, Hob mentioned we did do... Impossible evolutions are available here, so similar to how we did it in Pokemon Red, it means that if we catch a Geodude, for example, which is definitely a possibility and actually something that I really hope we do, instead of having to trade a Graveler with some other mysterious random game that we come up against, we're instead just going to be able to evolve that Graveler into a Golem once it gets to a certain level. I think it's like 36 or 37, but regardless. So impossible evolutions are permitted in this game. So that's really nice. I appreciate that. So yeah. Go ahead, Amy. I want you to read a little bit, and then I will...
Okay.
I will go in. I'll get this Cyndaquil, because the last rule that we'll talk about for now is that every Pokemon that we get, whether it is given to us or we catch it, you have to nickname it in order to kind of build up your relationship with it, and so that if and when it dies, you're even that much more devastated, because a Nuzlocke is nothing if not cruel. And so apologies to Amy. Amy picked Chikorita.
And I love Chikorita.
Because Amy loves Chikorita, but the first gym is a flying type gym, so no. And the second gym is a bug type gym, so no. But Chikorita is a cool Pokemon. I am sorry that we do not get to use it, Amy, but we do not get to use it. So
it's okay.
Good. I'm glad that it's okay.
I was tickling it and petting it.
Oh, good. Okay. We are also not using Totodile. Totodile would be a fine choice. It's just that at least for Gym 2, which as I said is the bug-type gym, Cyndaquil is going to be super effective against the bug types, and that Scyther that Bugsy uses is going to be pretty damn annoying. Ooh. Unless we get that Geodude that I really hope we get. But if we don't, we have this backup in Cyndaquil, which by the time we get there will be, I think it will be a high enough level to be a Quilava.
Cool.
Because, actually, sorry, 2 quick more rules. One is, yes, we got the Cyndaquil. One is, we cannot have our Pokemon a higher level than the gym leader's ace Pokemon, which is their highest level Pokemon, because otherwise we would just over-level massively before every fight and wreck the whole thing, and it wouldn't even be interesting to watch.
Yes,
so if the trainers,
great.
if the gym leader's highest level, the next gym leader's highest level Pokemon is level 13, all of our Pokemon can be 13 or lower, but cannot be 14 or higher. And if they are, some people will say you then have to release it or put it in the death box. I don't do that, but I will say that we cannot use it, so we would have to deposit it in the box or something like that.
Okay, I'll get back to
yes,
reading.
Please.
Okay. Hub says, if you play the girl, the boy avatar does the same thing.
Gotcha, for the Lyra thing.
Right. I'm a Totodile stan, but I will say Johto is the first and only gen where I liked all 3 starters equally from day one.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, and from watching the anime, you grew to appreciate Cyndaquil, if I recall.
Yeah, and even also Totodile, even though I think I liked Totodile the least of the 3.
I think I knew
really
that, yeah.
like all 3 of them.
Yeah.
Marcus says, can we name it the Graveyard?
Yeah, the Death Box. Not a problem at all. We can name it the Graveyard. I absolutely understand that, because then it's like looking at all their headstones and kind of contemplating it and stuff. I like it. We get potions. Super important, because the other thing is some people will tell you, and this is totally fine, by the way, but some folks who do Nuzlocke will say that you cannot use items in battle. I am so worried about this particular Nuzlocke because I don't think I'm going to do very well. So I need the items in battle stipulation, because even then, I feel like we could still lose horribly.
Okay.
And then last but not least, speaking of battles, at least again, for now, the other thing that I did when we went to the options menu was I set the battle type to set, meaning that when we're in a battle with a trainer that has multiple Pokemon, that trainer is not going to ask us, or the game is not going to ask us, hey, they're sending out Magnemite. Do you want to switch? They're not going to ask us that question. Magnemite is just going to get sent out. And we're going to have to go from there. So.
Okay.
Oh, God. I didn't mean to. Okay. Sorry. Fine. Keep going.
I can wait.
No, you're good.
Okay. Marcus says you kind of have to at least catch the shiny.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, I'm going to try.
Right.
And then if I don't, it's going to be that much more devastating. But, again, good content nonetheless, I guess.
Hub says Cyndaquil is an Echidna?
Echidna. Like Knuckles from Sonic the Hedgehog. Knuckles is Knuckles the Echidna. It's a type of animal. Like a hedgehog.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
It's a type of animal.
So I always name mine Knuckles.
Nice. I, as folks may have been able to see, I named mine Firebutt because even as it evolves, it's going to have fire on its butt. All the time. I could have named it something like Chipotle or whatever, but...
Flaming Poops.
Yeah. Okay, so we're on Route 29, but we have not received Pokeballs yet. So the first Pokemon that I come across here will not be our encounter. Also notably, if we come across an encounter at any point in the game that is our encounter for that area, and we don't have Pokeballs, or the Pokemon dies, or runs away, or whatever, we don't get that catch, and we don't get something in that area then because of it. We're playing at night. We're going to always be playing at night. I probably could do a thing where I futzed with the in-game time. I'm probably not going to. Hoot Hoot's a fine Pokemon, and a flying Pokemon. But, so I don't have to worry about, like, oh, we're not, we're not really going to get access to daytime Pokemon like Sentret or whatever. Not a huge deal, in my opinion. We're going to come across the nighttime versions of things when we go around, and that's kind of all there is to it. We're just going to get growled a million times here. Hope I can crit at one point. Otherwise, just spamming tackle over and over again. So go ahead.
Okay. Marcus says Chikorita is adorable, but the worst pick for its home region. Meganium is IMO.
In my opinion.
A very well-designed Pokemon. Oh. I love Meganium.
All right, we got over halfway to our next level already.
Nice.
Because we fought a level 3 right off the bat. Usually they're level 2s out here, but I guess we'll have a second level 3. Okay, that means we might just level up from this.
Cool. Hob says, and this is why this is my favorite game and why it took me a while to warm up to Gen 5 after it. Walking Pokemon.
By the way, I got that crit I wanted. Thank you.
Nice.
And level 6. Okay. It's early on. Here are our stats, though. 20 HP, 10 attack. That ain't great. 11 defense, 13 special attack, 12 special defense, and speed. We'll check our nature in just a moment, and we learn Smokescreen.
Oh.
So, yes, you get to walk with your Pokemon. Occasionally, you can turn around and talk to them. Firebutt is looking down steadily. But yeah, they follow you around no matter what Pokemon you have with you. Their sprite will walk with you and follow you around. You can see them from all 4 angles as you walk, because they've animated all 4 angles for each Pokemon, which is pretty cool.
So I take it that stops being a thing.
Well, yeah. Well, he means Gen 5. We're in Gen 5 now.
Oh, okay. I just didn't remember, I guess.
Yeah, and so this was released in Gen 4, which we didn't really talk about, but we kind of knew it. This was released alongside Gen 4, which was... again, someone will tell me whatever game we played in Gen 4. It's been a while now. Diamond? Like Diamond and Pearl? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're good. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
I wish every game going forward had this feature because it's the best feature.
It is pretty cool. It's very unique and interesting.
Marcus says, I'm 50-50 on items in battle. For the sake of fun and not frustration, I think it's okay.
And I also, I don't disagree that, like, if I was looking for more of a challenge, I would do that. Like I said, I've done, what I haven't said, I guess, specifically is, I've done a fair amount of practice of this game for the Nuzlocke, and I know for a fact I am not good at Nuzlocking this game. Like, at least with Red, I had, like, a better chance when I was practicing. Like, I think I did okay. But in this game, this is tough. And, like I said, it requires a lot of grinding. So, really, more than anything else, I think my biggest threat with this game is getting bored. Because it's like, okay, I'm kind of bored with grinding over and over, so I kind of want to just fight the gym now. And it's like, you can't, you're gonna die. You're gonna get killed. And the scary part of a Nuzlocke is, and some, like, most professional or Nuzlockers who do this all the time will tell you that if you get complacent, you could end up losing. Like, that, being under-leveled or whatever. And the other issue is, like, let's say in the flying-type gym, for whatever reason, I get complacent and I lose Cyndaquil, then I won't have Cyndaquil for the bug-type gym. So it makes the bug-type gym that much harder, if not impossible, because I've already lost Cyndaquil. So, like, you can do something early on where you lose a Pokemon that means that you will not be winning later in the game. It's just, and kind of set yourself up for immediate failure because of it. Which is very frustrating. But it just means you got to do your best to keep your best Pokemon with you and or find ways to make suboptimal Pokemon your best Pokemon. That's all.
Hobbs says echidnas, also called spiny anteaters, and platypuses are the only monotremes
Sure.
egg-laying mammals. Cool.
That is cool. We got the running shoes. Oh, thank God. Okay. Evan, go to the center for the first time.
We only have the one little ball.
Yeah, that's right. It's early on, and we haven't gotten Pokeballs yet, so even when we go to this next area, as we go to Mr. Pokemon's house, we still won't be able to catch a Pokemon.
So Hasbin Dust says, I'm glad you began the Nuzlocke. I lost my dog on Tuesday, who has been with me for a lot of my life. And I'm glad I have at least one piece of exciting news.
Aww.
I hope you do well.
Well, thank you, Hasbin Dust. Obviously, we're so sorry to hear, and thank you for that compliment. That's actually really wonderful to hear. But, you know, hopefully we can bring a little bit of levity. So
Yeah.
hang in there, and thank you for sharing that with us.
Now, when you say lost, do you mean your dog passed away, or do you mean it's missing?
Yeah, I assumed...
Both are terrible,
yes,
but...
I assumed the passing away, but sure, let us know. That's a good point. All right, so I am going to take the apricorns. There will be occasions where we will be in Azalea, so whatever. I'll get the apricorns. It's not a big deal. Get some free Pokeballs out of it.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to need Pokeballs, so...
Yes. And these are specialty Pokeballs, which might make catching certain Pokemon easier, which I very much appreciate.
Yeah.
So.
Hobbs says diamond.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you.
Marcus,
I was like mixing up like Ruby and Sapphire, Diamond and Pearl, like which was which, you know? But I got there.
No. Marcus said, chat, I'm only volunteering myself. Can help with potential location encounters. I'm sure we can build a strong team.
That's what I'm hoping. Like I said, I've practiced.
Marcus.
Oh my fucking God.
This Rattata is angry because we're Gruul. Now, what color combination are rats in Bloomborough?
Blue-black, which makes sense that it's purple. That crit did half our health. Why? That's so scary. I was faster. Tackle has a chance to miss, but not a high chance. But there is a world where I miss this tackle, get critted again, and lose and have to restart the Nuzlocke. Well,
Throw a ball.
you can't. We don't have any.
Oh.
We're not there yet. Otherwise, this would have we would have had some other encounters already.
No. Well, just go like this. Make it seem like you're throwing a ball, even though it's invisible.
No fear. Okay, use Tail Whip. The tackle missed.
Tail whip, though.
Tail Whip's bad. That's bad. All right, it died. Thank God. Holy shit. None of that was okay. None of it.
I thought the tail whip was better because it didn't kill us when it would have.
Sure, but it lowered our defense, which meant that even, like, if Tackle missed again, that even a non-crit hit from Rattata could have still been bad for us.
Yeah, well.
Okay, anyway, that was awful. And now we're halfway through this patch of grass. Yes, we made it. Okay. Okay, let me get this item. It's an antidote. Good, good. We might need that later. Hopefully we don't, but if we do. Okay. Going back to the center. You can read. Clearly I need to heal up. Holy shit, that was scary.
Hasbin says passed away. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought, but I just wanted that clarification.
Sure.
I'm sorry about that, Hasbin.
Same.
Hob says, uh-oh.
Yeah, that was a big uh-oh. That was super scary. Okay. Super early on too. Sorry, super early on, but it's not. That's not a good omen.
Sure.
Was I trying to do something else here? I think we're okay, right? Yeah, we're fine. All right, go ahead.
Gosh, sorry. Marcus says, speaking of shinies, I added 9 new entries to the living dex yesterday.
That's amazing.
That's very cool.
Where are you at in terms of that? Have you told us recently how many away you are, for example?
Hob says, so do you count Violet City and Bellsprout Tower to be one location or 2?
I count them as 2 because the game counts them as 2. Because like I said, when we look at the Pokemon summary screen, it will say Bellsprout Tower and Violet City. We already know what we're getting in Violet City. It's the Togepi egg. And in Bellsprout Tower, there are a couple of different options. I would love a Ghastly. So.
Oh. I didn't quite remember. I just assumed it was a Bellsprout.
It could be a Bellsprout, if I recall correctly. It could be. It could be a Rattata as well.
Okay.
There are a number of different options.
Okay, cool.
Is that next door, do you think? That noise?
Do you want me to check?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, it's very loud. So.
Yeah, we're hearing some noise outside. We're just gonna check it out. I suspect it's next door. They're doing some work over there, and they tend to do it at night for some annoying reason.
Yeah, I mean, they're parked in front of our house, but they are, like, I assume, doing work on the next door.
Okay. So yes, correct. Alright, I'm just beating Rattatas over here. Now we can let Mr. Pokemon talk at us for a while. Yeah, hopefully you all... Jesus.
Sorry.
Hopefully you all aren't hearing any of that, but just be aware that if you hear some noises in the background, there's people doing construction outside.
Yeah, they have a backhoe. I was able to see it towards the end there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if they're using a backhoe, it means they're using a backhoe on rocks, I imagine.
Right, yeah.
Because there's a lot of rocks over there, so that's loud and annoying.
Hasvindust says, Amy, if you remember, the Rocket executives you battled in gold.
And then corrected.
Oh, silver, not gold. Yeah. Used the same 2 sprites and were nameless. This game gives all 4 of them unique designs and names.
Correct.
Cool.
That is cool.
Like that.
Yeah.
Marcus says, let me do some quick maths.
Okay.
Hub says, because there's a dude in Violet City Center that you can enter a code in based on your trainer ID, and he might give you either a Wooper, Mareep, or Slugma egg.
Oh, okay. Well, I was actually going to say, I mean, Togepi, super good in this run. Using the Togetic against Morty is incredible because it's a normal type Pokemon, so it won't get hit by ghost type attacks, that has a psychic type attack, which is super effective against all of his ghosts. So I actually really like the Togepi. It's also very defensive, which is super helpful as well. So I just really like getting the mystery egg and actually hatching it and using it. I find Togepi to be a very good Pokemon to use against Morty, personally. Togepi / again, ideally Togetic, but...
Right. Okay. So Hub says there's a website where you can enter your... There's a website where you can enter your trainer ID, and it will tell you what code to put to get the egg you want. Mareep and Wooper aren't as important since you can get them in the next route.
Yep.
But Slugma, you can't catch until Kanto. So it's a good extra fire type for early on.
Good point.
Hub says Togetic is amazing too.
For sure.
But just good information for any run.
Yeah, absolutely. That is interesting. I don't think I knew that, but yeah, I'm just so used to the Togetic. We're going to do our rival battle here, and hopefully it goes well. Okay. We don't know his name yet, but it's gonna be Bullseye. It's Passerby Boy.
I was gonna say Dippity Doo. Is this like the hairdo?
Nice.
That's what I think. Yeah, that's what I think that's called.
So without saying it out loud or writing it specifically for Amy, let's be vague for a moment. Is it canon that our rival is related to who he's related to, or is that speculation? I feel like it's canon, right? Oh god, this is so bad. Come on.
Marcus says 847 out of 1076. Oh my god.
Good thing we can use items in battle, everybody. Because I don't think our next one would kill. He crits me to 1 HP.
Oh my gosh. It's so scary, guys.
Son of a bitch. Okay. Uses Leer when it could have killed us. Cool. I really didn't think that tackle would have killed, but okay, here we are. And obviously tackle could have missed, as we saw earlier. Level 8.
I like that. Alright, and those are better pluses.
They sure are. We still haven't checked our nature and stuff, but let's do that in a moment. Nice.
Wow.
Like almost halfway to 9. I am happy I won, because that was not guaranteed, my friend. Okay. Okay, you can
Okay.
keep going. Just to be safe, I'll go to the center. It shouldn't matter now that we used a potion, but here we are.
Yeah, so Marcus has 847 out of 1076.
Amazing. You're so close.
That's including forms, and in parentheses it says unknown letters, regional variants, etc.
Right. So in other words, like, like Gastrodon has 2 different colors naturally, right?
Yeah.
The sea slug, remember, one's pink, one's blue.
Oh yeah.
So
I always forget what its name is.
Right. So shiny versions of both of those, all the unknown letters, etc.
Okay.
That's really cool.
That is cool.
All right. So now we're going back to the lab, and we don't have to run into any encounters along the way. We're already level 8, which is good. New Barktown, that's the name of this stupid... Okay, anyway.
Does that mean all the trees are not mature? Like, is that what that means?
Sure. Lyra saves us because the police officer is accusing us of having stolen a Pokemon.
Rude.
All right.
Hob says, it's so funny when I start with Totodile and this edgelord packs Chikorita line.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
In other words, your rival comes up to you and has a cutesy Chikorita.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like, I'm going to battle you. And then it said, go, Chikorita. And Chikorita's like, hi.
Chikorita's not like that. Chikorita's sassy and badass. Y'all got it wrong.
Bullseye was his name-o, yes.
Amazing.
Right? I try. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Husband says, I have a question for Joe because I'm not sure if Amy picked up on it in Silver.
Okay.
Joe, how do you feel about how Johto gym leaders barely use Johto Pokemon, instead having mainly Kanto Pokemon?
Yeah, I don't remember if we really talked. I'm sure I talked about it in the episodes, but maybe not a lot. Jesus, Professor. God damn. It is annoying. I mean, like, when I was younger, I didn't notice. I just was having fun playing another Pokemon game, and it was great, and I loved it, and whatever. But looking back on it, like, the fact that most of their aces are just other Kanto Pokemon, it's just like, you know, there were just very few new ones that were added in. But that's why I thought that Gen 5 was such a breath of fresh air, because even in Gen 4, we had the discussion about, like, the fact that, like, Geodude and Zubat were, like, viable Pokemon that we could have used in Gen 4 because that was who we were coming across a lot, and they were starting to become very helpful and useful. And Amy was like, if I don't find something else soon, I'm going to just use Geodude again. Right. And she didn't want to. And so, unfortunately, while it started with this game because this was the first sequel, that's not really new. And that was new then, but it kind of, that trend continued, and I've been annoyed by it pretty consistently, especially with kind of if and when you want to do what Amy did, which is like, I would like to use different Pokemon on each of my teams because there are so many of them, so there are so many different options. But
yeah, I'm not big on catching a lot of Pokemon, but I'm big on using what I have and not having repeats because that's boring.
Yeah.
That's you know, that's not truly experiencing what's new about the new game.
Right.
You know?
Speaking of the game, as Marcus mentions down there, if you want to skip ahead really quickly.
Oh, okay. Nuzlocke party in full effect.
Oh, he was referring to the fact that Erica is here as well.
Oh, okay.
And what is up, Erica? But yes, also notably, the party is in full effect, meaning every encounter that we come across now as the first encounter in every route is a viable encounter for us. So, are we ready to catch our first Pokemon?
Yes.
Okay, well, the game's not ready to give it to us, but wow, okay, sure. Whatever. We're still in the same route, so it counts. There we go. First step in this area, we are going to catch, hopefully, a Hoot. Level 3. Very nice. That's basically what I wanted. It's good.
I love Hoot.
All right.
Okay. So let me go back.
Notably, a crit here could kill or would kill Hoot, and then I would lose that encounter, so I'm going to attempt to throw a ball now. 1, 2, 3.
Nice. I did not think that was going to work.
Yes.
That's still a lot of health.
Yeah.
For it to just be caught.
It's level 3.
Yeah, true.
It's a Hoot. But we did it. First Pokemon on the team.
Yay.
It has a perfect sense of time. Whatever happens, it keeps rhythm by precisely tilting its head in time. It is a male Hoot, which is actually super helpful, because then we can name it the very original name of Mr. Owl. Okay, perfect. Moving on. Sorry, Amy. Fight time.
So Hasbin Dust says it's common. His father is who he is. Oh, canon. His father is who he is.
Yes. So, Amy, something that I don't think you were aware of, and let's talk about it. Our rival in this game, in canon, is named Silver.
Oh.
Whereas your character is named Gold, so similar to Red and Blue from Red and Blue.
Okay.
But Silver is Giovanni's son.
Oh.
And we'll notice in this game, and it happened in Silver as well, Silver, your rival, Bullseye, becomes very entrenched in battling Team Rocket. And, like, trying to take them down and saying, like, I'm going to be the one to stop them.
Right.
And he's proving himself to his dad, basically.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. He's got daddy issues, Amy. What a surprise.
Yeah, shocker. Well, you know what, Hasbin Dust? We are not our parents. Thank God for that.
Oh, man. Oh, actually.
Hub says, there's a lot of hints in this game, and even an event-exclusive scene that all but confirms it.
Cool.
Cool.
So yeah, that's why I was saying I wasn't sure if it was speculation that Silver was Giovanni's son, or if it was like flat out canon. So now that I know it's canon, I can say it more definitively as opposed to like some people think. But yeah,
cool.
So there you go.
All right. Erica's here saying hi, gamers.
What is up, Erica? Great to see you. So happy you're here.
Yes. And Hob says, yeah, I will say the slow drip of Gen 2 Pokemon in the Gen 2 story proper is, to me, one of the only two major issues I have with these games.
Sure.
Okay. Then what's your other issue? Marcus says, nice. Hoot Hoot is fun. I agree.
Yeah.
And Erica says, let's look at natures too.
Thank you, Erica. It's so
he keeps forgetting to.
I really do. I just, it's, you want to know why? Because I know that there's going to be so many points in this game that are going to be grinding, literally, and so they're going to be slow. And so my instinct is to like want to keep going and going and going. So let's check our tree here. Get an apricorn. Okay.
Hasbin Dust says, it is speculation that the female rocket executive is Silver's mother.
Okay, right. Just in terms of like, it's canon that Giovanni's his father. It's
right.
Speculation that the other one's his mother. Got it.
Interesting.
Got it.
And Marcus says, agreed, Hob, that Ghost in Kanto is silly. Ghost in Kanto is silly.
What am I missing? Where did...
with the slow drip?
I'm confused. Let me know. All right. Okay. So we have Firebutt and Mr. Owl. Mr. Owl is...
eats lollipops.
a sassy nature. There you go.
Yeah. To replace Chikorita.
Which means...
thank you.
He has an increased special defense and a decreased speed. And he has insomnia, so he cannot fall asleep. And he has tackle, growl, and foresight. And then our Firebutt has a modest nature, which I think, isn't that the same nature that Bulbasaur had?
I think so.
No, it's not.
No?
Increased special attack, that'll be helpful, sort of, but decreased attack, which I kind of suspected looking at our stats.
Right.
And then no surprise, because it's a starter, our ability is Blaze, powers up fire-type moves in a pinch. Right now we do not have any fire-type moves, but we'll get there eventually.
Does anybody remember what the nature was for Bulbasaur in our last Nuzlocke?
It was neutral.
It was neutral.
It was neutral. It was a neutral nature.
Gotcha.
I just don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a neutral nature for sure. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna put Firebutt up front only because we're about to try to catch our second Pokemon. Maybe I can get some more balls just to be on the safe side.
Hab says, I think he means Mischievous.
Gotcha.
Marcus says, I suppose I can say, since it isn't a spoiler, Mischievous, the only fully evolved ghost type added in Gen 2.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Is bad and found after
defeating.
Defeating the Pokemon League.
Right, that was a whole thing in and of itself. Is like being able to go to Kanto was really cool. It's just that any Pokemon that you came across in Kanto were super low leveled, and it was like, you're never going to add these new Pokemon to your team. It's just not going to happen. Why would you do it? Because you already have a fully established team that's beaten the Elite Four, so you're going to go through and you're going to rail through all of these gyms. By the way, we have a Rattata here that we're going to try to catch.
But Mischievous isn't fully evolved.
In this game it was, Miss Magius or however you want to pronounce
Right.
it didn't get added until Gen 4, I believe.
Oh, okay. I was very confused by this.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was like, I remember what the evolution looks like.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it didn't get added till later.
Okay. Erica says, ooh, Modest Cyndaquil is pretty gas.
Yeah, I'm interested. 1, 2. Didn't damage it at all because I was afraid of the tackle, but I'm going to try again. That was pretty damn close, actually. You know what? Sure, I'm going to use the Premier Ball. Why not? I love the Premier Ball. Love it. Let's go. Come on, baby. Damn it. Damn it. Premier Ball's like my favorite Pokeball, but of course, it's got crappier stats than a Pokeball, so it's not going to work in this context. But I sure did try. You can't say I didn't try. Okay. Come on, Rattata. 1, 2.
What the hell?
It's fine. I just don't want to...
Suck.
Yeah, I just don't want to tackle it, I'm afraid. I'll try one more time, and then I'll fight it if I have to fight it. 1, 2, 3. Fine. Come on, baby. Just live. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, we're good. Wow, that crit. I'll be on the safe side. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Tail whip is annoying, but fine. Nope, not fight. To the bag. To the balls. Come on, baby. Stay in. 1, 2, 3. Got there. Finally.
Yeah.
By the way, super happy it's a female Rattata. Was secretly hoping it would be a female Rattata. Oh my god, we have a female Cyndaquil.
Yeah.
It's super rare to get a female starter.
Oh,
It's
really?
like 25% chance.
Oh.
If I remember correctly.
Okay.
It's like your starter is almost always male. It's like three quarters of the time it's male.
Wow.
But if folks watched our last Nuzlocke, we had a Rattata named Typhoid. And because it was named Typhoid, what else would you name a female Rattata than Mary?
Yeah.
So, hopefully people get that reference. But anyway, there we go. Okay, so now we have 2 level 3s. We're going to have to start trying to level them up. So, let's do that.
All right. Hub says the other thing is that levels stagnate between Ecruteak and the Ice Cave, so that you can theoretically do the middle gyms in any order.
Correct.
But it becomes a big difficulty spike at the last gym.
It does. It's super annoying. We're going to talk about that as we get to it because we can talk about it now. I don't mean like we're not talking about it now. I just mean like as we get to it, I'm sure we'll talk about it more. But yes, it is super frustrating because the whole world is open to you, but you can't get Fly until you beat Chuck. So like a Pokemon like Mr. Owl will be super helpful there, except that he's got a Poliwrath. So you've got to deal with the fact that it's a water type as well. Obviously, that doesn't mean that flying is not very effective against it or anything like that, or weak to it. It's just it's got other attacks besides fighting type attacks. So if you bring something that's strong against fighting, you also have to try to bring something that could be strong against water as well.
Marcus says Murkrow is the same for the dark type.
Right. So Murkrow was also fully evolved because Honchkrow wasn't added until Gen 4 as well.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't have dark in the first one, right?
In Gen 1, correct.
Yeah.
Yep. You're absolutely right.
They added the dark type.
And the steel type.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is why Jasmine is here with steel type Pokemon in this generation.
Cool.
Come on, Mary. Yes! That was a little scary because even a regular tackle would have killed us. So if our tackle missed and they tackled, but we got there. back to the center. Okay.
Erica says, I just did some quick math, and only 3 Johto gym leaders actually use Johto Pokemon at all. Sorry, 4 of them.
Yeah, because, even, Falconer, who's the first one, has Pidgey and Pidgeotto, both Gen 1. Bugsy has Kakuna, Metapod, and Scyther, all Gen 1. Morty has, Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar, I think, all Gen 1. Jasmine has Steelix, so that's a Gen 2. But otherwise, 2 Magnemite and then a Steelix. So Gen 1, Gen 1, Gen 2. Oh, wow. Just nothing, huh? Okay. And then Chuck has, Mankey, Primeape, and Poliwrath, all Gen 1. I think. Price has Piloswine, which is Gen 2. Trying to do this in my head. Claire has Kingdra, which is Gen 2. Who am I missing? That was a lot of damage. Nice crit. Uh-oh. No, Mr. Owl. Okay, we're good. Liv? Okay. Alright. We can do this. Oh, and Miltank. Thank you. Erica got there. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so Has Been Dust says Ghost Gym Leader Morty has all Kanto Pokemon repeats.
Yeah.
But no Mischievous. They added Mischievous as the only new Gen 2 Ghost.
Yeah.
Yet shoved it in the very last place you go in the full game.
Mount Silver. Which is right before you get to Red.
Yeah.
So it's who cares at that point?
Right.
If you're trying to complete the decks, I guess, but otherwise, it's not like you're going to catch that Mischievous right before you battle Red and, go around and, level it up enough to be able to be viable. It's not like you're going to be
able to use it. Yeah.
Nope.
Erica says Whitney has Miltank, then Price, Jasmine, and Claire have Johto aces.
That's right.
Has Been Dust says Chuck has Primeape and Poliwrath.
Oh, only Primeape and Poliwrath. Okay. I said Mankey as well. My bad.
Stupidly, a Gen 5 gym leader has only 2 Pokemon.
A 5th gym leader. Not Gen 5. It's the 5th one that you come across that you face.
Oh, I think I saw the word gym and thought Gen.
Gotcha.
Sorry. Erica says, but in the remakes, I believe they added those late game Johto Pokemon to the Safari Zone in Canewood.
Cianwood.
Oh, Cianwood.
Yeah, and I know that you can face I don't know that we will, but you can face these gym leaders, the Johto gym leaders, again in Kanto, in the Fighting Dojo, where they then have, more full teams of, more viable Pokemon. Okay. We're getting through it. Things are happening. It's Rattata versus Rattata. Both level 3. In fact, I might as well switch, because we know Mary's going to level up from this, so we don't need to risk it as much. 4 damage, doubled would be 8 on a crit. 4 damage down to 10, we can still live a crit. Oh god, it's not good. Okay, cannot live a crit anymore. After the tail whip, so switching back, I guess, to Mary? That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Tackle does 4, double to 8. Okay. Still live a crit. Damn it.
What?
If this tackle misses and we get crit, we die, but it's a low chance. Sweet.
All
Good,
right.
good, good. Okay. Mary is level 4.
Nice.
Okay. And we learned quick attack.
Nice.
Very nice. Okay, alright. Made it. Okay. Yeah, you can go ahead. I'm just going to heal up and then go back through this whole area again.
Hasbinda said Faulkner should have Hoot Hoot and Togetic instead of the Pidgey-line. Both are Johto, and their evolutionary line isn't used by anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, even if you wanted to have it be Hoot Hoot and Noctowl, just to, like, since it's Pidgeotto, but yeah, I mean, Togetic seems fine, too.
Hub says, some of them, yeah. I know Larvitar can show up in Safari pre-E4.
Elite Four.
Oh. But Houndour still only appears post. That's why I started SoulSilver with a Houndour egg traded from my Platinum game.
Cool.
It's fun to have both a DS and 3DS.
Yeah, because you can trade stuff back and forth, yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
But that's cool.
Okay, 3 doubled to 6. We're at 10, so we're still okay, but it used a growl on us, so now it's used 2 growls on us, so Mary, a crit would be real nice here, just throwing it out there. There we go. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay. Alright, we're here. I'm just going to go back. Like I said, there's a lot of grinding in this game. Basically, we're just going to grind to the level of each gym leader's ace every time. I just have to be really disciplined about that, no matter who we have, because even Quilava is not necessarily good enough to kill that Scyther, and that Scyther is very frustrating to deal with because it's got U-turn, which means it'll go back, and then, like, the Metapod and the Kakuna are nothing. They're irrelevant, but still, it's very annoying to have to deal with that Scyther.
Yeah. Hasbinda says, Amy, do you still have those Pokemon plushies that Joe gave you? The Nurse Chansey and the Igglybuff. I have many more than that. I have a Cleffa. I have a Wigglytuff that is also a nurse.
Correct.
I have a Jigglypuff.
Correct.
I have a there's one more I'm missing.
Is there? I thought that was it.
Oh, okay. I could have sworn I was missing one more.
I don't think so.
Well, at any rate, yes.
All right. Yeah, they are upstairs in one of our bedrooms up there.
Yes, in fact, I kind of like weighed in on my decision to purchase that particular plush mallow over there with our bear balloon and our good luck balloons, because it kind of went color scheme wise with the other plushies I have.
Yeah.
And also because it's super cute. Of course.
Yeah. Jesus, this level 2 still does 3 damage to us on a tackle.
Hub says, so I said I would let you know what mythics and alt art I pulled from the big Bloomborough box. Still interested?
That's
yes.
right. Of course we are. Come on, Mr. Owl. Damn it. What level are you, Rattata? Level 4? Alright, well, you can say I'm running scared a little, but just for safety's sake, let's go with Firebutt here. It can level up, or she, excuse me, can level up. And that'll be fun. Okay. 4 doubled is 8. Good hit on that tackle. Even though we have low attack.
Nice.
Yeah. Crits. You son of a bitch. And a quick attack. Not a crit, thank God.
Ooh, that was a little worrisome.
Stupid Rattatas, man. Okay, Mr.
I hate
Owl.
Rattatas.
What?
I hate Rattatas.
I hate Rattatas in Nuzlocks, or fighting against Rattatas in Nuzlocks. I could use them to pretty good effect if they don't die. Okay, Mr. Owl getting some more special defense. That's nice. And learning Hypnosis.
Ooh, very nice.
That will be super helpful for catching Pokemon as well. Okay, Firebutt also level 9 now with bad
the butt
pluses.
grew.
Yeah.
Or the fire grew. And either way, that's a lot.
That's right. Okay. All right, let's go back to the center. Go ahead.
Hob says, so I said I would... oh, I read that already. Erica says, Joe, I'd like to make a polite request, if I may.
Of course.
Anytime.
Yeah. Let's see. Based on, speaking of requests, based on Marcus's request, let's do this now while we're here. We can go to the PC. You can just say move Pokemon. Go to box 18, which is going to be our, we will name it, graveyard. It is exactly enough spaces.
I can't believe you can't just type it. You have to actually, like, literally move to the location where it is there.
Because it's not, oh, did I just spelled it wrong?
Oh, because it's not for PC.
Correct.
Okay.
There we go.
Erica says, I would like a Pokemon named after me at some point in the run. Heart.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's change to box 1 so that is the box where any catches over our 6th go. Do you have a preference, Erica? Like if you're like, hey, if you run into this, I really want it to be this one. All right, let's go with... Okay.
Hob says, for Mythics, I got a second Kitsa foil this time.
Ooh, foil Mythic. Very nice.
Rawl the Crackling Wit and Beza the Bounding Spring.
Awesome.
I don't know that one.
I don't remember that one off. Well, I've seen it, but I can't like picture it in my head right now. But that was a very otter heavy box. Yeah. Apparently, because Kitsa, an otter that you got 2 of, Rawl is an otter in that set. So yeah, very otter heavy.
Hub says I also got showcase versions of Wick the World.
Yeah, you had it.
Azure Beastbinder and Clement the Worrywart, of whom I also got a second regular version.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Erica says Mareep, Miltank, or the Eevee in Goldenrod with a heart.
Sounds good to me. Remind me, but sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Some decent EXP for Mr. Owl there. All right, good. All right, so we've beaten these 2 trainers that are that lock up the path to this next area. That woman is not a trainer, but this one is. This person is. And it's a bug type trainer. Unfortunately, Mr. Owl does not know any flying type attacks yet, but it's fine. We'll make it work. Nice.
Hasbin Dust says, a fun question for both Joe and Amy to answer separately. If you were a Pokemon gym leader, which type would you specialize in? Wow. Oh, that's a tough one for me.
Not for me.
Because I love grass, but I feel like Ghost is probably a little more me.
Sure. But then
I love grass.
Who would your ace be? Gengar? If you were Ghost.
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm sorry, Husband Dust. I think I would need to think on this a little more.
Okay. I can answer while you think.
Okay.
I mean, I would be an Ice-type gym leader. It shouldn't be a surprise to literally anyone.
No.
But I would have, like, people shit on the Ice-type often because there aren't very powerful Ice-types. My ace, of course, would be Articuno. It's my favorite Pokemon. But, I don't know, like, I would have, like, Cryogonal, because I think Cryogonal looks really cool. I would probably have Piloswine, or I guess Mamoswine.
I feel like Mamoswine's pretty good.
I agree, and is part ground as well, right? So you have to try to figure out what your weaknesses are as an Ice-type trainer, and try to battle against those. Fire and Rock being big weaknesses, and Steel, and so the ground type covers that pretty well. So, yeah, I would probably use Mamoswine, 1, because it's awesome, and 2, because it's got the part ground type, which helps against Ice's weaknesses.
Ground cover.
Nice. We didn't go back to our mom, so she calls us now, blah, blah, blah. No, don't hold my money. I'm not having you... That was the dumbest thing to me, personally. People, if you enjoyed it, you're welcome to say so. I'm not saying that I think that other people are wrong for liking it, but... Your mom would hold some of your money for you. So, like, if you won 500 Poké Dollars from a trainer, your mom would take, like, 100 of it or something. And then every once in a while, she'd call you and be like, oh, I bought something with your money. And she'd buy, like, okay, so notably, this would be our first encounter. It's a Rattata. We already have it. Doesn't count Dupe's Claws, so the next one we come across would be it. But anyway, she's like, oh, I bought something with your money, and it's like a decoration for your bedroom. And I was always like, how often am I going to come back to my bedroom in this game? Like, get the hell out of here. So I was like very annoyed that that was the case.
Stop spending our money on shit we don't want.
But so then you just tell your mom not to save your money, and then she doesn't spend it on stuff. So it's just that you have to know that going in. And in the game, when I first played it when I was younger, I was like, oh, okay, this is a feature of the game. I guess I'll do it. And instead, every once in a while, she'd call you on the phone and be like, oh, I found this cute thing and I spent your money on it. And it's like a different bed. It's like, who cares?
So rude.
Yeah.
Why would you spend somebody else's money?
Because they let you hold it for them. All right, so I am really hoping, it's almost certainly going to be a Zubat, but I'm really hoping to get a Geodude out of Dark Cave here. But I'm not going to do it now, because I need to get to the next area and get my Pokemon up to snuff at the center and stuff. But I will deal with it later. There's also a trainer over here who I'm going to skip for the moment while I go to a center. But notably, Mary, level 5, so can be up top, since Mr. Owl is already level 6. So
Hop says...
I hate it. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. I made it without running into any wild Pokemon.
Nice.
Hi, Lyra.
Hub says, I got otters the most, with squirrels and frogs second, but I got enough to make decent decks for everyone.
Awesome.
That's so cool.
Really awesome. Congrats.
Just going to get a handful of additional rares / mythics as singles to round them out.
Smart. Really smart.
Okay.
It's a cost-effective way of doing that, right? Some people might be like, I guess I got to get a second box. Like, no. Just get the singles that you would need, like you said, to round out the decks, and that's awesome. Congratulations.
Erica says, I would probably be a water-type gym leader. My low-tick as my ace with Lantern, Starmie,
you don't know this one, but try it out.
Primarina.
Prim. Arena.
Primarina?
Correct.
Ugh. Okay, that's a weird name. Okay, and Tentacruel. Oh, really? Okay, interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah, I love Lantern, but I don't know this Primarina.
Nope.
And I don't like Milotic, and I really don't like Starmie or Tentacruel. So I feel like you would be a good opponent to me, Erica, because I'd be like, oh my god.
Oh my god, it's a Geodude. Oh, thank God.
Yes.
Okay, now I just have to catch it. Okay, so Geodude, wow. Geodude is super, super helpful. We have a flying type gym that Rock is super effective against, and that flying is not very effective against. And we have a bug type gym as well. So, yeah, all of the above. Holy crap.
Very cool.
Yeah. This is luck. I'm very pleased.
Yeah.
Oh, nice crit. Don't wake up. Damn it. All right, fine. Tackle should be okay here. We are okay. Let's put it to sleep again. Damn it. Come on. Stop tackling me. Yes. Okay. All right. All right, so Geodude's asleep. Let's do it. Come on, baby. Come on.
Oh.
1, 2, 3.
You did it.
Thank God. Thank God. That is very, very nice. It uses its arms to steadily climb steep mountain paths. It swings its fists around if angered. Amazing.
Hub says, I loved getting the free items, especially the decorations, and she never actually used the money.
Oh, okay.
You should actually have her save it up to a point because the first few items are strong.
Oh, I'll leave this here.
Are you sure the items don't change?
I have no idea.
Because you seemed to think they weren't very strong, the ones that you got at least.
Well, no. It's not about... It wasn't about strength at that point. What I'm saying is that I feel like I remember her buying a lot of, like... Bless you. Decorations for our bedroom. All right. So yeah, I guess she gets some other stuff for you, like hold items and stuff that I didn't remember, but. Nice job, Mary. God damn. So cool. I'll come back and battle that trainer in a minute.
Husband does said, I would probably be a dark type gym leader with Absol as my ace. I love Absol.
Amy does love Absol. But your favorite Pokemon's Igglybuff.
Yeah.
You also like Jigglypuff. I mean, you like Chansey. Obviously, Blissey was not a fun time for you. But,
no.
But, I mean, all of those are normal types.
Right.
And Whitney's a very good normal type gym leader, as we'll see later.
Yeah. So, who knows? I'm mysterious like that. That's what I'll go with.
Wow. Look at little Geodude bopping around behind us.
I love Geodude.
All right, so I said I was going to battle that trainer. Actually, what I'm going to do first is we have some more catches that we can get now that we've gotten here. So I'm going to buy a couple more Pokeballs. I'm going to try to go get the unknown that we're going to get. Fine. 12 is fine. How many potions have I used? I still have 5. I feel okay there. How many antidotes? I only have 1. I'll get 4 total. just to be on the safe side, because the nice thing is, in this game, and very helpful for a Nuzlocke, if you're walking around with a Pokemon that's poisoned, it will not die from you walking around with it anymore. It used to. Where if it was poisoned either walking with you or in your party, it would just die. It doesn't anymore. It goes to 1, and then the poison fades away. But it's still something to be aware of, because it will put one of your Pokemon to up to 1 or down to 1 health.
Right.
So need to be aware of that. But we're going to put Mr. Owl up top and try to get hopefully a Ghastly out of here. As we know, our Ghastly and our Gengar and our Golem did quite well for us in Fire Red in our Nuzlocke. So hopefully, we know those Pokemon are strong, and we have the opportunity maybe to get them here. Hell yes. Oh, it's level 5, though. God damn. Okay, well, that's scary. Lick doesn't affect us. You're damn right it doesn't. And Hypnosis hits first try.
Gorgeous.
Now, notably, we have no moves on the entire party that can hit Ghastly.
Oh.
So, Pokeballs it is.
Oopsie doodles.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, you lucky bastard. Wow. That's worse than me. The resident luck sack is calling you a lucky bastard right now.
Oh, amazing. Its body is made of gas. Despite lacking substance, it can envelop an opponent of any size and cause suffocation. That's hilarious. Alright, so I didn't love the name that we gave our last Ghastly / Gengar, Haunter Gengar, but I think this one's pretty interesting. Alright. We can go heal up. I'll check natures and stuff, but we have a couple more catches to make first, and I'll do that before we check everybody's natures. Also, I probably just will forget, so please don't hesitate to remind me. But I want to do our last 2 catches first before we do that, because then we're going to have none in the PC or 1 in the PC at that point? 1 in the PC at that point.
2 in the bush? Whatever.
2 in the... Oh, bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush? I thought you were making a shocker comment. I was about to be like,
oh, no. Makes sense, but no. It is more likely that I would have done that, but in this particular situation, I did not.
Good.
Hob says, once it starts being just berries, you can stop.
Okay.
It depends on the gen, honestly, what gym type I mean. Psychic is my favorite, but certain gens I might go dragon or dark instead.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I like dragons as well. I like psychic types. I mean, y'all know how much I loved my Mr. Mime.
Yeah.
And even my Medicham.
Yes.
Yeah. And my I don't know. I mean, I feel like maybe I'd be a bug type leader.
That makes sense for you.
Since I feel like I love more bugs, like across the board. I don't know. It's between that and ghost, I feel like, then, because I feel like I like all the ghosts.
Okay.
You know, or
sure.
Almost all the ghosts.
Yeah, you don't like Sableye.
Yeah. But that's like it. And that one that was like in the tombstone or whatever.
Spiritomb.
Swirly one.
Spiritomb.
Yeah. But that was it. Of the ghost ones that I feel like I've seen and actually don't like.
All right, so we've got Unknown F, level 5. We obviously don't know what hidden power it has. It doesn't affect Mr. Owl. 2 options. Ghost or ground. But it also means it can't hit us. So there's that.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, this will be easy to check. Mary, come on in. So if this hurts Mary, it's ground. If it doesn't, it's ghost. It's ghost.
Nice.
All right, good to know, good to know.
All right.
But, like I said, it means it can't hurt us, so we're just going to hang out here, and now we have two... Like, we have Hidden Power Ghost on Unknown, and we have Ghastly, so...
Wow.
Interesting. Cool.
All right.
All right, it's down to the yellow.
Winter is here saying, hello, folks. Has any Pokemons died yet?
What is up, Winter? Happy Friday. And no, thankfully, none have died yet. And we'd like to keep it that way as best we can.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, great to have you.
We were talking about magic cards earlier because the new set, Bloomborough, is completely animal themed. And there are a couple of cards with snails. So I was thinking of you.
We got there.
Nice.
Unknown, not an incredible Pokemon. Let's all be real and honest with ourselves here. But
you got it.
Yeah. Its flat, thin body is always stuck on walls. Its shape appears to have some meaning.
It says it's psychic type.
Yeah.
Does it just say that for all the unknowns?
They are all psychic type, yeah.
Okay. All right. So, Erica says, I could also be a psychic or poison leader. Those are my 3 favorites. Okay, sure, yeah.
I'll take Hobbs' suggestion and riff off of it a little.
Hobbs says, oh, I got a Crag Flame token, but no Mabel, so I bought Mabel for 45 cents.
Nice.
Where I wouldn't have bothered with her otherwise.
Sure, that's fair. Yeah.
I like Mabel.
She's cute, for sure.
Yeah. When I was driving, okay. So I was driving earlier and I accidentally hit a bird and it definitely died. I'm sorry, it sucks. Okay.
Now, you mean like it was walking on the road and you hit it?
Yes.
Or it flew past and you hit it?
There were 2 birds walking on the road together. And one flew away faster and the other one did not.
That's so much worse.
I know. I feel really bad about it. Even though it's a bird, I feel really bad about it.
Just... that is dark. Okay.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
So the other one likely witnessed the death of the first one.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Oh god, it's so dark.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I guess I'm a dark type leader.
Jesus.
I'm certainly not a flying type leader.
Oh wow. All right, one more catch to go.
Although I do love Lugia.
It's true.
And Hoot Hoot.
Yeah.
From this generation.
And I mean, yeah.
Let's see. I brought that up again because I also saw a little field mouse run across the road.
Oh, there you go.
On my way home, and I did not hit that, luckily.
Good.
So,
Don't poison
anyway.
me. Don't poison me.
Hobbs says, oh, I read that. Winter says also, sad snuff date this week. Sad face, Cherry is sick.
Oh no.
Oh no.
How? So tell me, because I've learned quite a bit from you, Winter, on this subject.
Yes.
How do you know if a snail is sick?
And then what do you do to help?
Sure. All right. So notably, this Ekans does not have Intimidate, which would have been really nice. It instead has Shed Skin as its ability, which is why I can't keep it asleep for too long. Or I'm not able to, not like I'm not allowed to.
Right.
I'm not able to keep it asleep for too long. It's using Leer a bunch. I really would like to put it to sleep if I can. Okay. Now, if it stays asleep for 1 turn, that's all I need. I can try to catch it easier. It's fast asleep. Okay, we did it. We did it. Okay, let's do it. Give me that Ekans. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Hell yes. Okay. So the last Ekans that we got when we had a multitude of poison types with us. Right now we don't. So this is actually pretty nice. It always hides in grass. When first born, it has no poison. So its bite is painful, but harmless. And we're going to name it similar to how we named the last one, which we didn't really use. But this is a female. And I believe the last one was male, but still. We're going to name it Santina.
Nice. Okay. So Marcus says, ghost for me. Decidui is my ace.
You remembered how to pronounce that.
I did.
Wow, good for you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Mega Gengar. Mega Gengar?
I don't know what that means, Amy. What does that mean?
Oh, shit. Okay. Curlage.
I don't see what you're reading right now.
Cerulege?
Cerulege, yeah.
What is this shit you're giving me, Marcus? And Hisuian.
Perfect.
Zorork.
That was actually really, really good. Like, you're laughing, but you did an
I
incredible
have
job.
no idea what any of this shit is that I'm trying to say.
Irrelevant. You did an incredible job just then. Incredible.
Thank you. Origin Forme.
Just form.
Form. Giratina.
Giratina. Giratina, you know.
Okay.
Obviously.
Yeah. I definitely remember it.
Wow. Okay. Anyway.
Is my legend, and Marshadow is my mythical.
Okay, cool. All right.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Marcus.
That's right, you don't. And I prefer it that way for now. Obviously, I don't mean forever. All right, let's look at some natures really quickly. So Santina is who is currently in the box. She might get switched for Unknown, since Unknown is a little bit duplicative, but Santina is naive nature, which means she has increased speed and decreased special defense. Not terrible. Not amazing, but not terrible. Poison, Sting, Wrap, Leer. So yeah, we could do some stuff with Santina, I think. So if we swap her with Unknown for now, then we can check Unknown. Oh, right. Hold on. Unknown only has hidden power, will only ever have hidden power. It's the relaxed nature, and it likes to relax, so that makes sense.
Fuck you.
It has...
That's like the dictionary uses the word in the definition.
To define the word. Oh, and you said fuck you, because its name is
Nice.
FU. It has plus to defense, minus to speed. Okay. And it has levitate, so it can't be hit by ground type moves. And it has a ghost type hidden power. So, yeah, well, like I said, we'll leave that in the box for now. Because we already have a ghost type Pokemon in Ghastly.
Ghastly's awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so we already know Mr. Owl. We already know... Oh, we didn't check this. Bashful Nature is our Mary, which is neutral. No pluses, no minuses, and she has the Guts ability. So if she has any status, her attack is boosted. So it doesn't count for sleep because she can't attack in her sleep unless she gets Snore, which I don't think she can get. But if she is like paralyzed or poisoned or burned, it boosts her attack. And then notably for a burn, typically a burn would quarter or halve your attack power. It doesn't do that here. If Mary is burned, she will not have her attack lowered and instead have her attack boosted.
Do you have it?
Guts!
I just had to.
I appreciate it. Dwayne has the naive nature, which means a boost to speed minus to special defense. So, okay, Gonna be... I mean, this is a defensive Pokemon, right? We already know this. He has Sturdy, protected against one-hit KO attacks. And he has Tackle and Defense Curl for now, but eventually he'll get Rock Throw, which will be super helpful. We already know what Fire Butt has. Quirky Nature Ghastly, which is a neutral nature. And we already looked at Santina. So, okay.
Okay.
That's everybody for now who we're going to be working with prior to the first gym. We still have a bit of time left in today's episode, so I'm going to switch my team around and start leveling people up in the Bellsprout Tower.
Okay.
But until then, go ahead, Amy.
I'm going to read my ass off here. And then I'm going to go like...
Yeah, exactly. I was like, okay, that'd be awkward.
I just like fall into the chair because my ass is just gone.
That's right.
My spine just like sticks into the chair, and then I'm like, well, this is my life now.
Actually, I'm gonna train Geodude up a little bit here because he's our lowest level. Marie.
There you go, Erica.
We already caught a Pokemon here, though. So.
Oh.
We caught the Ekans here.
Well, this one would be Erica.
Correct.
If we could catch it.
Maybe later. It is a level 6 Mareep, which is a very high-level Pokemon. That is upsetting. All right. So, yeah, go ahead. I'm just going to fight this.
Okay. Hub says... The items in Silver and the items in SoulSilver are different because decorations aren't really a thing in this game.
Gotcha.
Oh. Interesting intel, Hob. I don't know. Hasbin Dust says, Amy, unfortunately, Snubble was added into Gen 2. You will be seeing that soon.
Correct.
Oh, no.
You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, well, once we get to the national park, I think is the first time that we'll come across it. One of the trainers has one.
Boo. Hub says she won't see Snubble soon. Not only is it super rare spawn, but they're nowhere near this area.
Well, like I said, I think in the national park, there's that one woman near the middle who has it. I think.
Okay.
Because if I remember correctly, she's like, look at my cute Pokemon. And you're like, okay. And then she sends out Snubble, and you're like, that's not a cute Pokemon. Like, we're really upset.
I remember that. I remember. It haunts my dreams. No, it doesn't. Hasbin says a trainer has one a bit later on. What I mean by soon is not all the way at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Hab says, woo, Ghastly. Too bad it was a femme Ghastly, or you could name it Rick and never give it up.
Rick Ghastly?
Oh, okay.
I was like, I know you get that.
Ooh.
I thought it was funny.
Sableye is my favorite ghost. Love that gremlin. Really? Sableye's your favorite? Okay.
It has no weaknesses, Amy.
Oh. Well.
It's a very discordant note to start the
I know,
song off with.
It's very unsettling.
Oh, God. It's rough.
Ooh, it just like changed the whole tone. Oh, no.
All right. I don't, I'm not so sure about how or where we're going to train up this Geodude, but let's do our best. It's a Bellsprout.
Hello, Bellsprout.
That actually sounded like Bellsprout.
I tried a little
It
bit.
really-
But only ever so slightly.
I thought it was good.
Thanks.
All right, Vine Whip. Don't do a lot to Santina. Thank God. It's not very effective. Oh,
No,
but you're
obviously, to like do Bellsprout, like really do it, you like have to go all in.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. I forgot that Bellsprout was part poison, so Poison Sting is neutral against it, although we critted, which was really nice. But I'll start getting some wrap damage in early. This Vine Whip isn't doing much. It will crit for 4 points if it does. But it's going to take, like I said, I'll take wrap damage every turn, and I can just keep shooting Poison Stings at it, which is neutral, not super effective.
I'm trying to think Bellsprout. Bellsprout does, like, the first one, like, real slow and drawn out, right? And then it says I'm, like, fast.
I don't remember that being the
I feel
case.
like that's what it is.
I don't remember.
It's like, I don't know.
Ooh, Dwayne did level up. Hell yeah, level 4. And learned... Oh, God, yes. Thank God we have Mud Sport.
Love that.
What would we ever do without Mud Sport? Son of a bitch. All right.
Hub says, name it F, referring to gas, or the unknown.
I did, yeah.
The unknown are MIB in my game.
Nice.
Men in Black?
Yeah, but like one's M, one's I, one's B.
Oh, I see. Okay. I was like, why? Because they're like all black, like the suits.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hub says, yes, Mabel is Mrs. Brisby, coded, and I do like that. But she wasn't one of the ones I was super hoping for and would have prioritized others had I not gotten the token.
Gotcha.
Winter says she's going through a thing called mantle collapse. Oh no. Which is when their soft body partially detaches from their shell.
Ooh.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, it does.
Is that because of the shell crack? It didn't heal properly? Some snails are genetically predisposed to it, and it will happen when they mate for the first time.
Wow.
I found Cherry doing the do, and she and she hasn't been the same since.
Aww.
Oh no. According to the internet, there is a slim chance she will recover.
Oh no.
Sad face. Oh no.
That's rough.
What a consequence for having sex.
I mean, it's not a praying mantis or anything, but...
Yeah. There are so many consequences for so many creatures when they have sex. That's terrible.
But definitely not humans.
Hey.
It depends on the situation.
Humans are creatures too.
I know.
Even if they would prefer not to be called that. It's still technically the case.
Correct.
Winter says, and it's very obvious that she's not well because you can see her body has receded from her shell and she's not moving much because it's hard for her to breathe.
Sure, wow.
Oh no.
Wow.
That's so sad. Hub says, I prefer shed skin Ekans.
Interesting. I just know that Intimidate is super good for Nuzlocke in general. I mean, obviously the rough part there is crits ignore attack drops, as we saw with Ivysaur. But
well, with shed skin, the rough part comes off instead.
It's true.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Winter says, I have been hand feeding and hydrating her. She perks up whenever I do.
Aww.
She still wants to live, so I'm going to do my best to help her.
Sure.
But there's not much that can be done. Wow.
Oh, God. This is actually a little scary.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, me too. That's rough.
I just assumed there was a way to treat it. But, wow.
Oh, thank God for the full paralysis. Lick again. Thank God.
Nice.
Yes, Santina's level 5. +3 speed. Damn, girl. Okay. Nice.
Whoa.
Nice. Alright, how are we looking? I mean, Santina's asleep, but she's also level 5, so we'll just go like that, and we'll keep going.
Hub says, I actually don't really like Intimidate as an ability. I recognize it's useful in a practical sense, but if the line has a second ability, it's usually more interesting.
Fair enough. Alright, Sage Chow.
Marcus says, I know, I didn't go into detail for that reason. I'm excited for you to see them for the first time.
It's true.
Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, after reading how convoluted that was and how confused I am now, I'm not looking forward to it quite so much,
Wow.
but I'm sure I will change my tune, when in the moment.
Yeah, you'll be eased into it. It's not like, you're going to meet all 5 of the ones or 4 of the ones that you didn't know about, one right after the other, and, have to internalize all that quickly. You'll be fine.
Hub says, it's the letter names unknown in black.
Sure.
Oh, okay. Winter says, who knew Cherry losing her cherry is what was going to do her in.
Which is very funny.
Her name was prophetic. LOL.
It's so funny.
Oh no. Wow. I didn't think of it that way.
I just love it. It's great. Very clever. Perfect. Level
I'm sure
6.
she'll appreciate it. Not. Hasbin Dust says, all these trainers and none of them have used Johto Pokemon yet. One will have Hoot Hoot in the tower.
Yeah, I think actually 2 do, if I recall correctly. But yeah, that's a good point. All right, so we're going to go from Ghastly to Mr. Owl.
So I'm finally caught up.
Good. Yeah, I don't think, in fact, no, I'm certain that we will not be getting to Faulkner in this stream tonight. We just don't have enough time. We have to do a lot of leveling. Now, I was curious. I wanted to ask folks how they would prefer it, because I know how I would prefer it, but I also don't want to just immediately impose my will on people this way. What do people think about grinding? If I can do it in between streams, should I? Like, would that be okay with all of you? Or should I do it in front of you? My biggest concern is, if not, I feel like the next stream is literally just going to be start to finish me grinding, and then maybe at the end I can fight Faulkner if we have enough time. But it's going to take a while to get all of these Pokemon up to, like, whatever it is, like level 13 or something that Faulkner's Pidgeotto is. And that's annoying.
Okay, so if you don't do it in front of me, is the alternative behind me? Because I don't mind grinding. It's kind of fun in the club, whatever, but... And it kind of doesn't matter if you want to be in the front. That's fine. Doesn't make as much sense, but that's okay.
Oh.
Be the small spoon sometimes.
Holy shit.
Winter says you'd have to be really careful to only grind Pokemon who have no chance of KOing yours.
Oh my god.
Hasbin Dust says, I'd be glad with grinding being done off screen.
Okay, good. That's what I was hoping. I still want to hear from other folks as well if people have like strong opinions on it. My feeling is like this is going to take forever if we don't do that. And there are multiple areas where we're going to have to grind. So like even once we beat Faulkner, I'm still going to have to run around a bunch because I want to immediately hatch the egg. but I'm going to have to do that on stream, I assume, because we're going to get it immediately after we beat Falconer, and if we're going to start next week off with fighting Falconer, it's going to be a little annoying, so...
Winter says, Amy, laughing face.
It was very funny.
Good. I'm glad you liked it.
I did. I shouldn't have, but I did. Okay, I mean, hey, the team's getting there, right? 2 level 5s. In fact, let me switch these. 2 level 5s, 2 level 6s, a 7 and a 9.
Oh, wow.
Geodude, of course, going to be our best Pokemon to use in Falconer's Gym, although not very useful to use in Bellsprout Tower, or Sprout Tower, excuse me, since there are so many Bellsprouts. Obviously, the 1 or 2 Hoot Hoots that we're going to come across, it would be helpful to use Geodude, but... Alright, let's... we already fought this one. Up we go. There's an item above us, if I recall. I was correct. Thank you. X accuracy, huh?
Ah.
Okay, sure. There's a trainer here. Okay. He sways like leaves in the wind, Amy.
Does he?
That's what he said.
He could powder his head because it's very shiny, but then here he's got hair, so I don't
Sort
know.
of. Alright, Sage Edmund. Oh, right. Wrap first, then Poison Sting. My bad.
Alright, so I'll write a rap, and then I'll perform it, and then I'll do a stinger on you.
Nice.
Does that work?
I mean, yeah,
Does
but
that
you don't have
fulfill
to...
the requirements?
Sure, but you don't have to poke me. If you're talking about alternate meanings of the words, a stinger is a, like, small clip at the end of a show that, like...
Oh, I thought it was a wrestling move.
No, actually, a stinger... Interesting. No, a stinger is when you, like, get, like, temporarily, like, paralyzed, sort of.
Oh,
it's like
shit.
it's like an accidental thing. Like, if you, like, hit your head or, like, compress your neck too much, you can get a stinger where you're kind of frozen and unable to move. Yeah.
That's real bad.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that to you at all.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's what I can remember offhand. It's what happened to Daniel Bryan in that match against Randy Orton, where, like, Randy was a good sport about it because he's a professional, and like, you know, there was that he, like, jumped out of the ring to go after Daniel jumped out, and noticed that the doctors were tending to him, and so even though he was the heel, he had to, like, jump back into the ring and, like, start, like, messing with the crowd to, like, distract from the fact that, like, he wasn't messing with Daniel. Because,
I'm
like,
posturing.
Exactly.
Everybody, look at me.
And they did. I mean, he got up on the ropes and, like, did the thing, you know, and everybody's booing him, and it's like, you know, it's like, hey, he's doing a great job, because basically it's like you said, it's like, everybody look over here, not over there, nothing's going on, me, look at me.
Distraction.
Yeah.
Winter says, I have a happier Snupdate, though.
Okay.
I got my hands on another tank I can use as a temp to keep them in while I give the main tank a huge overhaul. I'm going to grow a proper terrarium with ivy and moss. Oh, wow.
Amazing.
I love that,
Amazing.
Winter. I love that.
Yeah. Damn, Santina. Okay.
She gonna Nissa it up.
Alright, so we can't put Dwayne in even to try to get him some experience, because one Vine Whip would be very bad. Very, very bad. Because he is 4 times weak to grass. So, just lick this plant. It's not a victory bell yet, so it's just a plant. I will say nothing more about it.
You're a plant.
Yeah, thanks.
Because you're actually Randy Orton posturing as a distraction.
To RKO you out of nowhere.
Yeah. Hob says, I'd say take it case by case. If you know you need a whole stream's worth of grinding, definitely do it off screen. But a little bit in between story beats is good conversation opportunity.
Sure, that's totally fair. Yeah, it's just like, because I'm aware, right, that we're going to need to... Let me do this switch really quickly. Okay. We're going to need to grind before the first gym, before the second gym, before the third gym, and then before the cavalcade that is the fourth, fifth, etc. gyms. Like we can, go through and fight as much as we can. So before the fourth gym, for example, like we can go to the lighthouse and we can get a bunch of like catches and stuff in those areas. We can go towards the Lake of Rage, but we can't do the Lake of Rage until after we've beaten Morty, because then we need to beat Morty to be able to use Surf. So there's a lot of like different things. Actually, we can't go to the Lake of Rage then because we need Surf for even up to that point. But yeah, there's a lot of different points. Like I said, I've sort of routed this a bit through my practicing and stuff. So there are a lot of different portions and spaces that we would need to grind through. So yeah, like after we beat Sprout Tower, I'm basically going to go like south where I went when I said I was going to try to train up Geodude here, and I'm going to try to train against those Pokemon while I level up to level 13, because those can get up to level 6 and stuff, so it's like actually a bit of a challenge. But as someone, Husbanduster Winter, mentioned earlier, we'll need to find Pokemon that are low enough level, because otherwise we're putting ourselves in danger of having a Pokemon die in grinding, and I'm not going to do that. I'll go to a low level enough area where I just then have to sit and grind for hours on end. That did 7 damage to me? Ooh, I should not have... Why did I attack there? It literally did 7. Am I just gonna... Okay. That was idiotic of me. That was very, very stupid. Okay. Alright, we're gonna dilute this EXP a lot, but we could have just lost Rattata there. If that was a crit, we would have had our first death.
Yeah.
And that was very stupid of me to have allowed that to happen. So...
That's okay. We're trying to talk and you just...
Yeah, but that's the point, right? I need to be better about not...
to focus.
Yeah.
All right.
But that's on me, not on anybody else. Like we're having a conversation. We can have a conversation, but like, I can be aware like that did 3 damage. A crit is 6. We're at 16, so we're still fine. Like,
okay, I think you're just being a bit hard on yourself, but that's
fair enough.
Winter says, I'm making several rock shelves, so they will have 3 times as much surface area to roam in.
Nice.
If all goes well, they're gonna think they're wild snails. LOL. And
that's
then
awesome.
She says, I agree with Hob.
Okay, in terms of like case by case. And that's perfectly fine. I don't mean like every time, because the other thing is like we still have the streams. It's not like I'm gonna like end the stream early or whatever to say like, well, it's grinding time, so goodbye everybody. Like
right.
if we're grinding and it's during the stream, we're gonna grind during the stream. And if it's if we're ending a stream and it's like, well, we need to be 2 levels higher on everyone, I might still do that off screen just to like get back into the meat of it during the stream itself. It's just that I feel like
perfect sense.
Yeah, I feel like tonight especially, for example, is going to be really good that like we can basically beat Sprout Tower and then end the stream, and I'll say like Falconer goes to level 13. Again, I believe that's correct. I'll double check that. Quickly double check his team. 13, level 13 Pidgeotto. I was correct. Yes. So yeah, because his Pokemon is level 13, my Pokemon cannot be any level higher than 13, but Pidgeotto hits pretty damn hard with their quick attacks, so it's not like I'm just gonna level up Geodude, for example, and just say, okay, well, that's who I'm fighting the gym with. Nobody else needs to be that level. I'm going to do it for everyone. Especially then because, as we go to the next area, we're going to need our Pokemon to be that level to be competitive with once we go kind of south of here. So, but for now, we're going to go face... We've got 2 more regular opponents, and then the, head sage of this building or whatever. I forget his, title. Damn it. Didn't mean to go back down the ladder. My bad. Okay. It's a Ghastly again.
Look at how cute Ghastly is. It's playing with us.
I'm glad you like it. Crap. Whatever, I'll try our Ghastly. Yeah, Lick is not good. Oof. And it crits too? F off. That did 8 damage on the crit. Holy crap.
No, F you, and that's the unknown.
In the box right now. 2 crits in a row. Thanks, game.
Yay.
That's cool. Oh, god damn. Okay.
Down to 6 or 5 potions now again.
Yep. That's fine. I'll try that again. We've been beating a lot of trainers, so we should be able to afford more when we get back to a center. Thank God.
Good.
Super effective. Or to a center / a mart, obviously.
Yeah.
But Dwayne is level 6.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nice. And Peeves is halfway to 8. Oh, only level 3. Very nice. Okay. I'm going to try Santina. I think it's a bad idea, but I'm going to try it regardless. At least we have shed skin. Shed your skin, Santina. Yes! Perfect. Poison Sting. This is going to take forever. Stop it.
Winter says, pondering the magic orb Pokemon.
Yeah, you just want to rub its head and see your future. What was that thing I read online where it was somebody bought a crystal ball.
Yeah.
And the person that sold it to them was just make sure you cover it with a cloth or something when you're not actually using it. And they were like, oh, why? Because of the spirits? And the person was like, no, because if it's hit with sunlight, it can refract the light and burn your house down.
Hilarious.
They were just so wary.
Dumb as anything. Hasbeen Dust says, Joe, is Gen 6 a region you're excited to show Amy once she finishes Gen 5?
So, yes and no. Or, sorry, not no. Yes, but I actually don't know the generations after Gen 5 very well myself. So, we are going to still do Gen 6. I actually, genuinely at this point, don't know how we're going to do Gen 6 yet. I have to figure it out because I don't have Gen 6 yet. But we'll get there. But when we do, it'll be an experience for both of us. I know many of the Pokemon from Gen 6, but I do not know the region very well. So it's going to be an adventure for both of us for sure.
Wow. And we don't even have the game.
No, not yet.
Can we use the same emulator we've been using, or we need a different thing?
That's a damn good question, Amy. I don't know.
Oh.
Again, I haven't figured it out yet. I haven't really had time to think about it.
I thought you knew to a degree, but it's cool actually that you have no idea.
Nope, not yet.
Cool.
It's not that cool. It definitely worries me. I have to figure it out.
Oh well. No reason to worry about it.
Shed your skin, Santina.
Because you'll do it, you know.
I mean, yeah, one way or another, we're going to have to figure it out, but...
Right.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think it's cool that we're, like, a little closer to on par with, like, our knowledge level.
Mostly, yeah. I mean, again, I know, like, everything that Marcus said to you, I understand.
Oh.
So,
damn it.
It's not exactly that we're on par. Like I said, I just don't know the region very well. So I don't know, like, you know, the games are super linear, usually. So, like, I don't know where to go, but I'll know where to go, you know? And, like, when we come across certain Pokemon, like, I'll know, like, oh, that's this type and this type. Like, that stuff I know. I just don't know, like, I don't remember the names of the gym leaders and stuff like that, so...
I don't remember the name of the gym leaders after having done them.
Yeah.
I remember Whitney because I, like, made you explain to me who Whitney was when we saw, like, a thing about somebody who had a really hard time beating Whitney.
Whitney is very difficult with her Miltank. Here is the... Ooh, this is a high-level Bellsprout, huh? Okay. I think we're okay for one hit here, and we'll have to see how much damage it does to know if I need to use an item or something. Okay. 3 doubled is 6. We should still be okay. Okay.
Hub says, reminds me of when I did my Fire Red screenshot. Let's play. And in the first battle, Squirtle got 2 crits in a row on my Charmander, forcing me to explain using items in battle earlier than intended.
Sure, yeah.
Winter says, the spirits will burn my house down. Yeah, definitely.
That's right. That's right. If they get exposed to sunlight, they get upset.
Yeah. Because they're vampires, apparently. Hob says, I feel bad that I can't continue that. The old machine won't even turn on anymore, so I can't retrieve the save file or the screenshots of the partial episode I did before things went south.
Gotcha.
That sucks.
It definitely sucks.
Hasbin Dust says, Joe, do you know a lot of Pokemon from the newest generation?
I mean, define a lot. I know some to many. I can also shout out to, without naming him, the son of our friends, who is big into the current generation of Pokemon, and every time he sees us, talks my ear off about it, which I love, by the way. Love every second of it. And so, yeah, he's great. And so I've learned a lot about that from him, as well as from, you know, seeing things online and it kind of just in the zeitgeist and stuff like that. So, yeah. So I know a fair number. There are some where I will say that there are probably none that I could see a picture of and I wouldn't go, oh, I've at least seen that one. Does it mean that if I see it, I could be like, that's definitely blah, blah, blah? No. But I don't know that there's a Pokemon from this current gen, that I wouldn't at least recognize visually. So that's why I say define, like, you know, a lot, but also, I guess, define no. So, yeah. All right. One more trainer, and then the boss man. This is the one with the Hoot Hoot, if I recall.
Hob says, I'm of 2 minds about Gen 6. The things I really like, or the things I like, I really like. The things I don't, I really don't.
Gotcha.
And that's all I'll say about it to avoid spoilers.
For sure. By the way, I was wrong.
I'll have such a hard time reading it.
I was wrong. This is not the person with the Hoot Hoot, obviously.
No.
The boss is the only one with the Hoot Hoot, so. Alright, this Bellsprout is level 7, and that is when Bellsprout learns growth, I guess. So let's put it to sleep, so that we don't have to deal with that nonsense anymore.
Yeah.
Alright, Bellsprout's asleep. Now we just tackle it a lot. Damn it.
Yeah, I find Bellsprout to be extremely annoying. It's so, like, whiny and, like, it just looks stupid. It's got those spindly little vine legs. I don't know.
Fair enough.
Hub says, I will say my favorite thing about Gen 6 is the new Pokemon themselves. Really intrigued to see who Amy will pick. Oh, okay. Exciting.
I mean, that's always the most interesting thing for me. I was like, I guess, again, well, I won't say it out loud then. I said we would try to avoid spoilers for Gen 5, our playthrough of Gen 5. But, come on, Mr. Owl, you're okay, right? Okay. And that was a crit? Amazing. I was worried because it had used 2 growths, but I'll say I was relatively certain Amy would pick the starter that she picked for Gen 5. So I was not as surprised by that. Mary leveled up. Very nice. And learned Focus Energy.
Oh.
There's the hoot. I was right.
Oh,
See?
nice.
Gotta believe in yourself. All right.
Exactly, Joe.
Jesus. All right, Dwayne, you got this.
Winter says, I love him. Sad face. How dare you insult my weird flower son? Oh, no.
The number of people that have been offended by Amy offending their favorite Pokemon.
Yes.
Or making fun of or whatever. Yeah.
They're saying this thing looks stupid. Like, and they're just like, it's my favorite Pokemon.
I mean, think about poor Erica, right? Erica's favorite Pokemon is Milotic, and Amy has said that she doesn't like Milotic.
Right.
Besides the fact that, her husband's favorite Pokemon she doesn't like, and the first time she saw it, I believe her words were, ew, kill it. So,
That's not what I said.
It's not?
No.
Okay. Again, we have it on tape, so I could be misremembering, but there is a way to prove whether
it's on tape. It's on the internet for the entire world to see if they wanted to.
Ooh, lots of leveling up. Hell yes. Dwayne got a level. Mr. Owl got a level. Way to go, boys. Suck it, Sage Troy. Meanwhile, he's saying, like, really nice things to me. Oh, wow. Okay, well.
Hob says, I was really surprised Amy didn't like Milotic. Apparently a lot of people are. I feel like that's probably, like, my least popular thing, right? Is that, like, I don't like Milotic, and I feel like everybody loves Milotic.
I will say, on stream, that's been your least popular thing. I do want to ask, though, because at the time that we filmed it, as we do things, I don't know how much we've mentioned this, but the way that we do things is, at least for, like, the anime, we have watched up to all of Gens 1 through 4 of the anime, but have not started Gen 5 yet because we have not finished Gen 5, the game, yet. And so we don't start the gens of the TV show until we're done with the game version first.
Right.
And so...
for spoilers purposes.
Right. So it means that when we're playing the games, Amy has not seen the show yet. And so when we played the game, immediately discounted and despised Chimchar.
Yes.
Now that we have seen the anime, would you like to publicly say whether or not you still agree with your original assessment?
I like Chimchar. I don't love Chimchar, but I like Chimchar.
Sure. Whereas before, you were like, ew, it's ugly.
Well, when it's these games, that's all you can base it on.
I 100%
because you really
understand.
don't know anything about these Pokemon.
Yep.
I will say, like, that's something I really liked about Colosseum. I felt like because it's so different from this style of Pokemon game, it gave you like more of a chance to kind of get to know the Pokemon a little bit, you know? And like, I don't know if it's because it was like 3D where like the camera kind of turned and like you see your character with the Pokemon next to it.
Okay.
And everything like
based like their sizes and stuff.
And so like I don't know if it was like kind of more subliminal or if it was like really truly you do get to know these Pokemon more,
right.
But I just feel like that game did it better.
Okay.
Right? And so, and obviously watching the show means you find out so much more about the Pokemon.
Right. And I mean, obviously the only Chimchar that we really saw was Ash/Paul's Chimchar in the anime, and that Pokemon had a trauma history. Right. So, like...
Well, which is part of the reason why I liked it,
That's
right?
what I'm saying. That's exactly what
I
I'm
had
saying.
that in common with that Chimchar,
yes.
So...
Yep. Yeah, I mean, again, I still have said to this day that of the first 4 generations of the anime, Gen 4, in my opinion, was far and away the best. Just in terms of story, like, it really wrapped stuff up really well. Like, you really got to know and care about these Pokemon and their identities. It really gave Team Rocket, especially Jessie, a chance to, like, really shine and show who she was.
Yeah.
As opposed to, like, just a blundering idiot. Like, she actually got to, like, grow with her Pokemon, love her Pokemon. I mean, James always had an incredible relationship with his Pokemon.
Yeah.
And you got to see that grow and evolve a lot more, no pun intended. So, like, Gen 4 was just incredible for the anime. And absolutely one of my favorites. It was kind of, besides, like, Gen 1, which was just, you know, iconic in and of itself, I think Gen 4 was, like, the main reason why I wanted to show you the anime.
Yeah.
Was because I wanted you to see Gen 4 and tell me what you thought. And again, it's, you know, so many people liked Chimchar so much, and I'm not sure how much of that was anime Chimchar and how much of that was just people like Chimchar because they think it's a cute monkey Pokemon.
Right. Yeah, I think a lot of that probably came from the anime.
It's possible.
Because I didn't have that experience with the game, and then obviously my experience with the anime was drastically different.
Yeah.
So, and I can't really say that about a lot of other Pokemon. Other than Chimchar.
Yeah.
Because it's all, like, to a degree, you get to know the Pokemon a lot more from the show, right? Yeah. Than you do from the games. Mm-hmm. But, like, I knew Absol was cool. Yeah. And then we saw the show, and I was like, this is fucking cool, right?
Yeah.
So, but... And I feel like that's with anything, right? Like, you see a person who looks cool, but you don't really know them, and you're like, oh, they look cool. And then when you get to know them, you're like, oh, they're fucking cool.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like...
I was right.
It's like when you have that opportunity to actually, you know, make that connection, then, you know, you... have the ability to see that they're cool, but when that opportunity doesn't really exist because the game is so like one-dimensional, basically, literally and figuratively, you know, you have to take things at face value because that's all you have.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, it mentions their nature, right? But like, you don't actually see Rattata or Hoot Hoot being sassy. You know, like that doesn't actually show.
I don't know if in like future generations of the games, the natures actually kind of play into like the personalities that the Pokemon are able to kind of have and show. That would be really cool if it ever gets to that point, but I don't know that it ever will. Sure. You know, I don't know if they care enough to like incorporate that piece that they could incorporate into the game, you know?
Gotcha. This is taking forever, but we're not really in any danger, so we're just sitting here pressing the same button over and over again because either hypnosis or paralysis, eventually Shed Skin will do its thing or we'll wake up from sleep, but I'm just here, poison stinging a ghost over and over again as it licks me. There we go.
But yeah, I mean, the fact that I don't like Milotic is like so unpopular, right? and the Chimchar too.
That's the biggest one in the comments of videos that we've seen. Whereas on stream, especially because folks like Erica and Hob are here who correctly, please don't misunderstand, but that are able to express their opinions of like, we love Milotic, and
right.
You're reminded enough to be like, yeah, I don't, and have them be like, oh man, that sucks. I really like this Pokemon, whatever.
But that's part of what makes Pokemon cool, right?
Of course.
There are so many different Pokemon that, like, I have the ability to be like, no, I don't like that one. Or I really hate that one. Or that one's really cool. Or that one's, like, just okay.
Yeah.
Because there's so many, like, different characters, almost, in a game like this, right? And that's part of the reason, I guess, why you don't really get to see like the personalities of these Pokemon, right? Because there are just so many. But like, that's really cool because it means like I'm gonna identify with these three over here, and Erica's gonna identify with those three over there, and Hob's gonna identify with those three over there, and Marcus and Hasbin Dust and Sea Holland, and everybody's gonna have their own like ones that they really like and dislike. And so like the fact that there's that much variance is the thing that makes it cool in my mind.
That's right.
It's not so much like, oh, the ones that I think are cool are what makes this game cool. It's the fact that so many different people can have so many different variations of the ones that they think are cool and the ones that they think are not cool.
Sure.
That, to me, is what makes the game cool.
Yeah.
Hub says, Articuno is my favorite of the Kanto legend birds and my second favorite ice type.
Oh, there you go.
So who's your first favorite ice type?
Good question.
Hasbin Does says, I looked. Amy said, I guess it doesn't look that shitty.
About Milotic or about Articuno? I assume Articuno because that's what we were talking about in the moment, but...
I guess it doesn't look that shitty.
Oh, yes, okay, because it was a bird, right? So we knew that you had established that you didn't like it. Yeah.
Articuno.
Yeah. And then when we walked up to it, you were like, oh, it's a bird. And then we clicked on it, and then when it appeared, because it looked so, like, elegant...
Because it was a legendary bird, yeah.
Yeah. All right, this is going to be tough. I think I'm just gonna use one potion now on Santina. Leave her up top. He's got the Bellsprout first, Hoot Hoot second, I think. So let's see what we can do. This is the kind of, not counting our rival battle, like our first big battle of the run in Elder Lee.
This dude's outfit is sick.
Right?
Love it.
Level 7 Bellsprout. God damn. Okay. Well, we know the drill.
Hob says, the great thing about Pokemon is that everyone is somebody's favorite. Yeah.
It's true.
I mean, and Magic is similar in that way too, right? Because it's like, okay, everybody loves Bloomburrow because there's so many cute Pokemon in the set, but like, I really like horrors. The ones that are supposed to be, scary and unlikable and ugly, I really like.
Yeah.
So like, it's kind of that same sort of thing where it's like, every one creature is somebody's favorite.
Yep.
Hob says, I mean, there are plenty of super popular Pokemon that just do it for me. That just don't do it for me. So no judgment of having your favorites, just as long as others' tastes are respected.
Exactly, and that's never anything that Amy has ever said of like, I don't understand how anyone could like this thing. It's just, ew, that one's gross to me, or I just don't like birds in general, or whatever. Like,
yeah, like I'm not nice about it. I'll be like, oh, that's ugly, you know, but like that's not me saying, well, I have a problem with you as a person who doesn't agree with that.
Correct.
Like that would just be silly.
Correct. This is a little scary, but we're still fine. A crit does 6, or should do 6.
And obviously there's like an element of me like playing it up ever so slightly, like for the fact that it's a video, right?
See, there it was.
Oh!
Crit does 6. We knew it. We took the risk, and it was worth it. Now, the thing is, here's where it's scary, right? I can check lick 100 times. It has 100 accuracy, and it should kill, but that doesn't mean that I'm just super content to leave a 1 HP Pokemon out here to do it. But I think I'm going to.
Okay. You can do it.
Yes, thank God. Oh my God. Oh, it's so scary. All right, Santina's level 8.
Hub goes, ah!
We did it, though. We did it. We knew what we were doing. It was a calculated risk. We took it, and we were correct. There are Santina's stats. Here are Peeves' stats. After the level up to level 8, they both became level 8 from fighting that Bellsprout. Thank God.
White knuckle.
Very much so. Peeves learned Mean Look, okay? Oh, damn. Lots of XP there. All right, here's the Hoot Hoot. Level 10 Hoot Hoot. All right, Dwayne, you were made for this. Had to know Hypnosis was coming. It's all going to be okay. Oh, God, this battle's going to take forever.
Hob says, again, I stopped watching the anime early into the Johto run, and little ever really inspired me to want to go back.
That's fair.
So to the point, it's because I thought Milotic was very much like others you liked, so I was surprised. Oh, okay. Okay. Not offended as much as I like it myself.
Sure.
Okay. So what ones did I say I liked that made you think I would probably like Milotic? Because that's interesting to me. Hob says, Hasbin Dust says Articuno. He said that. Hob says, my first favorite ice type you will likely meet in the next game. ...
Good.
Awesome. Hasbin Dust says 2 Bellsprout, 1 Hoot Hoot.
Is what this guy has. So we've already beaten 1 Bellsprout. We're fighting the Hoot Hoot, and it's not going well.
Winter says Peeves learned bitch stare. Amazing.
It's true. Yeah, it's a mean look. All right, we're gonna heal now. We only have 3 potions left. It should be enough to get us through this fight, but it's not ideal, I won't lie. Okay. Just keeps pecking over and over again. But I feel like the crit did like 6 as opposed to 2, which is very annoying. It might have been 4 and I just miscounted, but we'll find out. Hopefully it won't crit us again, but it might.
Hasbin Dust asks, is this the last battle of the episode?
Almost surely, yes. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to use an escape rope to get out of here if I can help it. So we might run into some wild Pokemon on the way out. But this is the last like trainer battle of the episode. Yeah, we'll probably go heal up, and then my plan, regardless, after that was just to grind. So we won't do it in this stream because we're already a half hour later than we normally would be. Yeah. But I figured this was a logical stopping point, and it was quick enough to get to. So yeah.
Hob says, you tended to like the really pretty ones. And that's kind of my Lotic's whole shtick. Yeah, but I don't think my Lotic is pretty.
Well, but the game does, is Hop's point.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, a lot of the Pokemon that the game would consider to be very pretty, you liked, and the game considers Milotic, and the franchise, really. See? That did 5. Okay, so I thought it was 6. It was 5. But it means I have to heal again. Although... Oh, Mary can't. Damn it. Mr. Owl can live a peck. And this guy clearly hasn't used any items on Hoot Hoot, so he's not going to. So Mr. Owl should be able to live 2 pecks. Here's one.
Ooh.
Dear God.
Wow.
Okay, so that was 9 damage, which means a crit kills, and it's going to be faster than us. So no, I was wrong. Okay. I'm going to have to try to switch in Fire Butt, I guess. This is bad. This is very bad. Okay, that's only 6. Doubled is 12. Thank God the tackle didn't miss. And we were faster, which is impressive.
That is nice.
Hoot Hoot faints. Peeves gained 30. Dwayne 30. Mr. Owl 30. Fire Butt. Okay. All right. And the last Bellsprout. Go ahead.
Hasbin Dust said Faulkner and his birds will be the next big challenge.
Correct.
Amy hates.
But I mean, you don't. Yeah, exactly.
Birds.
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
In Pokemon, not in anything else, not in real life, not in Magic necessarily. Necessarily.
Yeah.
And not really in Pokemon fully either, because like I said, like you said, it's most of them.
Firebutt's level 10. We beat the trainer.
Beautiful.
We're done. And we got Ember.
Ooh.
What a good way to end off the episode.
Yes.
Oof. Part way to level 11 as well. Look at his eyes, or his, eyebrows and mustache.
Yeah.
Really cool. Okay. And then he compliments us a bunch. We get Flash, which we're not going to use.
Oh.
Alright. Nope, not the bag, We only have 2 potions left, so... Okay. Whatever. This is... Getting out of here is going to be awkward, but... It's all good. Yeah. I was going to say I'm purposefully not running so we don't run into any wild... Or have less of a chance of running into wild Pokemon. But instead we find a Rattata. Sure.
I was like, can't we just use a repel? And then
Nope.
I was like, no.
Sure don't have any of those yet.
Nope.
Okay, one more of those should kill, and it used Tail Whip. Hell yes. Thank you, Rattata. And thank you, Mary. Nicely done. Okay. Perfect. So yes, as I mentioned earlier, in between this stream and the next one, I'm going to get all of our Pokemon up to level 13, so that next week when we start the stream, we can, maybe I'll do level 12 and then we do the last level on stream. But yeah, we're going to battle the trainers in Falconer's gym, and then battle Falconer. So the only thing I will be doing is fighting wild Pokemon in between then and now. Or now and then, I mean. But it means that we can start next week. Oh, right. Yeah. It means we can start next week right off at the top with entering the gym, fighting the gym trainers, and then the gym leader.
Cool.
But we made it out of Sprout Tower. Sprout Tower is fully completed now.
Nice.
And like I said, Falconer's gym is right there. We will do that after we have grinded next time.
Hub says, I always had a soft spot for Rattata.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily love Rattata, but I didn't dislike it. Again, fighting against it was always very annoying. And I know that, like, I know that I used it up to a point, and then didn't anymore. Because there were kind of other, more interesting Pokemon at any given time for me to use or have on my team or whatever.
Yeah.
So, I think what I'll do is basically we'll do our goodbyes while I grind a bit. And then that'll be the indication of what I'll be doing while, in between this stream and next stream. 7, and Dwayne is here too. Okay. So yeah, this is what I'll be doing, is getting everybody up to level 12 or 13, kind of depending.
Nice.
Obviously, the big one for Falconer's Gym, like I said, is going to be Dwayne here. Other good things for the flying types, I guess, is going to be Peeves, because like Tackle and Quick Attack that they're going to have will do nothing to Peeves, although notably Lick will also do nothing. So unless Peeves gets a new attack, all that she will be able to do is show up, put them to sleep, and then leave. So we'll have to see. Mr. Owl will be good as well. I mean, everybody will be good. Nobody's weak to flying. So that's something as well.
Hasbin Dust says, I forgot to bring this up a while ago, but Amy didn't know why Cacturn is dark type. Is it because Cacturn...
It is, not is it.
What?
You said is it. I said it is, not is it.
It is because Cacturn waits in the night for people to get lost in the desert, then kills them. What?
Some Pokédex entries are pretty wild.
That's crazy.
So glad I used focus energy.
It actually says that? Ew. Isn't this a kid's game? The fuck?
It depends. Like, Drowsy and Hypno talk about, like, hypnotizing kids and, like, walking off with them.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
That's really awful.
It's pretty dark, yeah. Get it?
Yeah. Well, they're psychic types.
Yes, they are, yeah.
It's gonna make kids afraid of therapy.
Amazing.
Hob says, so, like, good example. I do like birds. And I do like bird Pokemon. Outside of general Gen 1 nostalgia and favorability, I actually never really liked the Pidgey line.
Fair enough.
Hob says Cacturn is a scarecrow. Okay, so that makes it dark?
Well, because it's scary.
To crows.
Sure.
Not to people.
I mean, some people find scarecrows a little creepy, I suppose.
That's because you think it's a person.
Yeah.
Not because scarecrows are scary. I don't know, maybe. I guess it depends on the scarecrow.
But it's also ironic that it's a scarecrow because Murkrow, right? The crow-type Pokemon would be super effective against it. So, with its flying type attacks.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it is.
That's very funny. Winter says, I tend to like the ghost, fish, and bug Pokemons. Bulbasaur will always be my number one, though. Okay.
Fair enough.
I like Bulbasaur. I like ghosts a lot. I love bugs. Fish... No.
Well, it depends. You liked Lantern.
Yes,
which
Lantern
was very
is
blatantly
cool.
an anglerfish.
Yeah, Lantern is cool. But I pretty much don't really like a lot of fish. I did like Squirtle.
Yeah, but Squirtle's a turtle, not a fish.
Yeah.
So.
Oh
yeah, Wooper.
I don't like Wooper.
Wooper, also not a fish, but still.
Yeah, but yes, a lot of water type Pokemon. I'm very split on water types. Very split.
Sure.
Hub says, you know what? I've never used Cacnea/Cacturn, but I've grown to kind of dig Cacturn lately.
Okay. 6 doubled is 12, so we're okay. All right. you liked Cacnea a lot because of the show.
Yeah.
But you also, I feel like you kind of liked it even in the game before you knew about it in the show.
Yeah, but I don't really like Cacturn.
Sure. But they never presented it in the show as something you should like. Yeah. Drew? No. Harley?
Yeah.
Harley used it.
Winter says, isn't there a balloon Pokemon that gets kids to grab its string and then flies off with them into the sky? Jesus. Hab says Drifloon.
It's Drifloon, remember?
Yeah, I remember Drifloon. I just didn't fucking know that. Like, I guess we just, like, weren't reading those.
Well, we wouldn't.
Because they're dark as fuck. Like,
yeah, and you wouldn't
terrible.
read the Pokedex entry unless you caught it and you didn't catch a Drifloon. So.
Oh. Okay, well, I guess that's why. Because I don't catch a lot of Pokemon.
Correct.
I encounter them and fight them, usually, but I don't catch a lot of them.
Correct.
Winter says, yeah, that guy. That's like an SCP or something. What's SCP?
I don't know. Super creepy Pokemon?
Oh.
I don't know.
Hasbin Dust says, I used Cacturn in Emerald, and it did pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, oh shit. Why did I stay in here? No. Thank God. I was not paying attention. Yeah, we gotta end this stream. Keep reading, Amy, please. Okay. For the love of God.
Oh God, okay. Hub says, really sad they missed Drifloon in Diamond. It would have been a decent flying type for a bird hater. It
doesn't matter. Amy didn't like Drifloon either.
I didn't.
At all, in fact. You really didn't like it.
No. Winter says, Wooper looks like he's on something.
Wooper always does. There's that meme of, there was that one episode of Pokemon where all the Pokemon were had fallen in the river and were being taken down the river and they were all crying and scared or whatever. And Wooper's just bobbing up and down with that same smile on his face. Nice. As all the other Pokemon around it are ah, and scared.
And the eyes super far apart, just staring at you.
Yep.
Creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
Winter says, I love him. Hasbin Dust says, Amy, do you wish that James Cacnea evolved into Cacturn or stayed Cacnea? Stayed Cacnea.
But I assume you also wish that it stayed with James.
Yes,
spoilers.
I did. Yeah.
Do you remember?
But, I mean, that was a cool arc, though. It just was sad.
It was sad. Although Team Rocket was notorious for that, I feel like Ash, when he released Butterfree, that was super sad and people cried. But I feel like I cried a lot more with Team Rocket saying goodbye to their Pokemon, like Dustox and Ekans or Arbok and Weezing. That was real sad. Yeah. Those moments were definitely tear-inducing.
Yeah. I was sitting here just...
Yeah. So like I said, Team Rocket was really good for that.
Yeah. Even when Chimecho was sick and stuff and had to stay back with the grandparents, that was really sad too.
Well, because you also love Chimecho.
Yeah, a lot.
And James loved Chimecho.
Yeah. Which makes it easy to love Chimecho, right? Yeah. Because James loved Chimecho so much.
That's right. Unlike, a Pokemon like Wobbuffet.
Right. Poor Wobbuffet. It just didn't deserve the life that it had.
I got by the episode where Jessie got that Wobbuffet. I remember how I was upset after that episode. Do you remember that?
Why?
Because she got it by trading with this kid.
Right.
But it was an accident.
Yeah.
She traded her Lickitung for the Wobbuffet, and it was an accident. The kid, his Pokeball and her Pokeball, hit the machine, and then they hit the button accidentally, and they traded, and, the kid ended up with, with Lickitung.
Right.
And Jesse ended up with Wobbuffet, and the kid was just like, well, I don't know who ended up with my Wobbuffet, but goodbye, Wobbuffet. I hope that the trainer takes good care of you.
Yeah.
And it was like, I was devastated.
Yeah, it's very sad.
It hit me so hard.
What happens to Wobbuffet at that point is, yeah.
And it's not even because of that, right? It's not even like, oh, well, he's actually in for a world of pain and misery. Like, it was just the idea that, like, this kid was just like, oh, okay, well, I don't really know where that Pokemon that I raised ended up, but I love you. Goodbye. I hope they take good care of you. And I was just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, it's so sad. Like I said, it like really got me for some reason. I don't know, like, oh man, yeah, it really messed me up.
Hobbs says the thing with Drifloon is that you had to go to Valley Windworks specifically on Friday afternoon, I think.
Yeah, and that's fine.
So
I mean, like, obviously, like, we ran into issues with Badoo for that reason, and we talked about that extensively, so I won't go into it again. Feel free to watch our playthrough of Gen 4 if you don't know what I'm talking about but want to. But yeah, it basically was like, look, we play these games when we have the damn time.
Right.
And especially now, I mean, even then, like, it wasn't as big of a deal, because it was, like, during the pandemic a bit. Like, we were, like, stuck at home, but, like, still, it was, like, we had to wake up, like, ass early in the morning. It's like, no, I still work during the day. Like, I'm gonna wake up when I wake up, and I'm not gonna, like, turn this into that much of a job for myself where, like, I gotta set an alarm for, like, 8 a.m. on a Saturday or a Friday afternoon or whatever, where, like, I've got to make sure that, like, I get home from work or stop working. We delay having dinner long enough for me to be able to catch see that there's a Pokemon there. Especially because, again, then Amy saw the Pokemon and was like, ew, I don't even like it.
Right.
And it's like, okay, well, then that's not worth my time,
right. But yeah, I think that's so silly how specific it is. I just feel like that's such a barrier for people. Well,
we talked about this a bit with when we played Banjo-Kazooie. There has to be a degree, well, not has to. Some game developers feel like there's a degree of a need to make their game such that it, like, kind of tricks you, not exactly, but it, like, kind of tricks you into playing their game all the time.
Yeah.
You know? Like, with Banjo-Kazooie, I said it was more that, like, games came out less frequently because there weren't as many game studios.
Right.
And there weren't as many game consoles.
Right.
And so when you got a game, that game needed to keep you entertained for like 4 months.
Right.
You know, even if you were playing it very regularly. And so, you know, they tried their best back then. These days, games are trying to keep your attention.
Right.
As opposed to keep you interested. You know what I mean? Like, because you're going to move on to another game because that new game came out and it's the new hot thing that all your friends are playing.
Right.
And all the games these days, or many of the games these days, are trying to get you to, like, don't forget, you and your friends can play this game together, so make sure that you tell your friends that if they don't have this game too, they suck. You know what I mean? Like, because then it's like the peer pressure aspect of it too.
Because then we can make money off of you and your friends.
Yeah. Or like a lot of like online or mobile games are like, well, you have to join an alliance. And so you want to join an alliance not with randos, but with your friends. So like make sure your friends are playing this game, or like you get benefits for inviting your friends and you get in-game stuff. Sure. And it becomes like a pyramid scheme, right? Where like you're like, well, if you invite 3 friends, then you get this. And if they invite 3 friends, then they get this. And it's like, okay, I get it. You want more people to play your game because the more people that play your game, the more ads they watch, the more money you get. Like, I get how it works, but god damn it, it's annoying.
Yeah.
Like,
definitely.
you're here, this one.
Okay. Winter says, LMAO, super creepy Pokemon. You know that's not that far off. SCP is secure, contain, protect. and is basically a big collection of creepy pastas written like secret files from a shadow organization.
Nice.
Cool.
Very cool.
Winter, have you checked out our playthrough on Video Games for All?
Oops, sorry. My bad.
What's it called? Oh God, it was forever ago.
Inside?
No. The computer one.
Oh. Wow, Beglitched.
Beglitched. Check that out.
Beglitched was
really good.
It was a fun one. It's probably one of our least well-performing series because no one knows what it is.
Right.
But I really enjoyed it.
I really enjoyed it too. I really wish more people had seen it and like knew about it because I think it deserves the credit. Yeah. I really do.
Sure. It was good. It was fun.
Yeah, so check that one out. She says basically an organization trying to secure, contain, and protect people from weird creatures and phenomenon. Cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Though they're not exactly the good guys either, given their methods.
Sure. That makes sense. Alright, we're level 9 on Dwayne.
Hobb says, that's a big thing. I hated seeing them release Pokemon they had for so long that we as an audience grew to love.
For sure.
Also seems to go against the whole spirit of the game. Yeah. Winter says, right? Like, I can't imagine releasing my snails into the wild.
Yeah.
Even though they would be totally fine.
Yeah.
They are my babies. How could anyone do that?
Yeah, I think it was, Ash at least has the benefit of giving many of his Pokemon to Professor Oak after he's done with them. But the whole point of the series is that they're trying to show you all new Pokemon for each new generation. So they're not going to be able to keep Arbok and Weezing into like Gens 2, 3, and 4 because they're going to need new Pokemon to be able to then show off those new Pokemon.
Yeah.
So I understand it. It's just that, like, at least for Ash has the benefit of, like, occasionally going back to Professor Oak to see his Muck or Tauros or Kingler or whatever.
Right.
His Bulbasaur even. Like, even the more beloved ones.
Right.
But that he can't do that with things, Pokemon like Primeape or whatever. And so Jesse and James have to just give their Pokemon away or release them or, come up, the show has to come up with kind of different reasons for them to not have those Pokemon anymore.
Right.
So that they can catch new ones. And, not have to worry about, like, let's find 6 Pokemon for Jesse and 6 Pokemon for James or whatever. Like, because then it's like, well, what about Ash and his companions? They need that many as well, but they also need to encounter some to, like, learn about them in each different episode, and that's not as easy, there's only so many Pokemon each generation.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Oh, a Zubat.
Oh.
Interesting.
New one.
Yeah, in this area, for sure.
Hobb says, plus it reeks of them just trying to make room for the new hotness.
Correct.
Kind of like why the 80s Transformers movie killed off half of the major characters to try to advertise the new characters.
Yes. Well, and those especially, obviously the Pokemon is kind of the same way for merchandising and stuff, but for Transformers, they were trying to sell toys, right? And so you can only have so much screen time for the old guys to then bring in the new ones to say, like, look at these guys, they're new and sleek, and you gotta get these because all your friends are gonna, the same idea. Like, get all these new toys because they're the best, and, like, all the old ones, they're dead, so, but you've already gotten them, that doesn't matter.
Right. Winter says, welcome to the attention economy.
Yep, yeah. Exactly it. We talk, we've talked about, like, trying to be more active on social media, that, like, if it's something that happened a week ago, no one's talking about it anymore.
Right.
And so that's something that we have to kind of contend with is like, okay, you know, I guess we're not going to talk about that. Like we, even with Magic the Gathering, we've been playing Bloomborough on stream for like 3 weeks, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And yet people are only talking about Duskmourn right now, at least in terms of like, you know, public posts and stuff, because that's what's coming out next, and the stories are coming out, and people are talking about the Duskmourn stories and stuff. So like, that's what's in the discussion at this point, not Bloomborough anymore, despite the fact that we've all talked about it. And that's not to say that people shouldn't still be talking about it, because we would like to. What a hell of a crit, Mr. Owl. God damn, very nice. We would like to still talk about it, and we're still streaming it. So like, it's still something that we want to talk about, but the attention economy, the next new thing is Duskmourn. So that's what people are talking about.
Yeah, it's stupid.
It sure is.
Hob says, of course that backfired because it basically traumatized Gen X and early Gen Y, and now I can't run into people 5 years or more older than me talking about Optimus Prime like he was JFK.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's true.
Winter says, at Hob, LMAO, you're so right. You guys played inside?
We played inside. We played Limbo first, then we played inside, yes. We did Little Nightmares as well. Hey, we're going to learn Peck. Hell yes.
Nice. It's okay when Hoot Hoot has Peck. I just don't like when fucking Goldeen has Peck.
Fair.
Fuck you, Goldeen. You're not even a bird. You're just a wannabe.
Jesus Christ.
And I still hate you just as much as the birds.
Wow. Amazing. Beautiful. Absolutely. Whoops. Absolutely beautiful.
Winter says, I will try to check it out when I have time. Okay. Yeah, and that's kind of a long one, too, I feel like. Or
Glitched?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how many episodes it is, because I didn't go back and watch them, but it's, like, very immersive. Like, once you're in there watching the episodes, like, you have to keep going, because there's, like, so many times where you'll just be like, okay, well, I don't have time to watch the next one, but I think I should, because I really need to know what happens next. Like, or at least that's how I felt when we played.
The Glitched was 14 episodes long.
Okay, so maybe not that many, but it's jam-packed with stuff, and it's it keeps your attention very well.
Yeah.
Attention economy. So there you go.
Yeah.
Hob says, like, you can carry 6 Pokemon at once. They can totally keep Arbok and Weezing and each get a new Mon each gen for the first 6 gens at least.
Right, and that's what I was talking about.
Exactly.
That they seemingly didn't want to do that, and kind of made that pretty obvious whether we wanted it that way or not. Excuse me.
Winter says, this is why I can't get into stuff like Magic. I can't keep up.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, it's hard for us to keep up sometimes too. But,
yeah.
But yeah, it's very...
Except we have a responsibility too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yay!
We can only blame ourselves.
Exactly. It's definitely our fault and not someone else's. I'm not naming a particular person. I'm just saying, like, you know, it's definitely not our fault.
Just blame Mark Rosewater. Everybody else does.
Mark Rosewater's awesome.
I know he is.
Hub says, I hate how fast Magic is going. Last time I played, they had 3 set blocks in the same realm. I guess good for me because I don't have to spend more money, because Bloomborough was my one exception.
Yep. Yeah, and they talked about that like basically they stopped doing 3 set blocks because the 3rd set was always pathetic. It like they had run out of ideas. The stories were there and were fine, I suppose, but the cards themselves got pretty stale. Then they went to 2 set blocks for a while that still weren't great, And so then they went to 1 set blocks, and now people are saying, well, now we don't get a chance to, like, stay anywhere for any meaningful period of time.
Right.
Like, Murders at Karlov Manor people hated, so, get rid of that one quickly, I guess. But places like Kaldheim people loved and would have loved to have stayed on for a second set because it was so good. Bloomborough people have been talking about why couldn't we have stayed there for a second set because it's so interesting and there was so much more to do with it.
Right.
And so now people are just like, well, when can we go back there? And it's like, okay, well, it's going to be a while. They've got like 15 different worlds on rotation,
right.
Besides the fact that there are people out there who are like, no, I don't want to go back to Ravnica for the 45th time. Let's
Exactly.
just show me a new place. Like,
Yeah.
What about Outlaws of Thunder Junction? That was fun. Why can't we go back there? So, like, they've got a lot of plates, that they're spinning all at once.
Yeah. When they really don't need to do that, like, they could really just have less plates. Like, if they're sitting there trying to give excuses for why people don't like things, like aspects about the game right now, like, the answer is just have less plates.
We got Bite on Santina, so our first dark type move on the team, which also means when we come across ghost types in the future, super helpful.
Hab says, but it excited me so much, I don't want it to be an afterthought just as soon as I got my stuff ready.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's what people don't like about it, is that each new set becomes an afterthought way too quickly.
Yeah.
And so then how can you be invested in it?
Yeah, I talk
Both
about...
with your money and with your time and energy and, anything else.
Yeah.
Like, how can you give a shit if it's just going to be, basically irrelevant in 2 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, that's... So, to a degree, that's the Hasbro greed that people talk about, that, like, once Hasbro realized that, like, Magic was a cash cow, they were like, how can we milk this for all it's worth?
Right.
And it's like, well, you could not. Like, that'd be cool, because they were successful before you showed up and
Right.
realized that they were making lots of money and tried to just squeeze every ounce of cash out of your fan base. But it's also... There's some aspect of it that is based on Arena as well. The success that Arena is and was meant that Standard became stale very quickly, because whenever a new set comes out, people get all the cards that they need on Arena. They play Standard much more on Arena than they do in local game stores, because I could sit down in an afternoon and grind out like 15 to 30 games of Standard in one afternoon or evening, like sit for like 4 hours and do that, as opposed to going to a store and having to sit and wait for other players to finish their games and their rounds, and then you've played like a 4-round event in an afternoon. And by the way, local game stores should be supported, so please don't misunderstand what I'm saying here. I'm just talking about why, not talking down on local game stores.
Right.
You should support your local game store. We're sponsored by one because we love going there. The atmosphere of, like, actually sitting with other human beings and talking to them and experiencing that. Like, I'm not like, oh, the kids these days on their phones, but at the same time, like, when people can sit on Arena and play however many games of Standard, they know the meta at that point very well, because it's very obvious to them when they come across, like, 8 of the same deck over and over and over again, which means that they have 2 choices, right? Or 3 choices. They can keep losing to that deck, they can build that deck for themselves, or they can build a deck that will beat that deck.
Right.
Those are their options at that point. And all that means is once they've done that, once they've picked from those 3 options, they can just do that for only so long before they're like, Standard's boring, when's the next one?
Right.
Or the same thing with Limited. Draft, Sealed, like, we'll play for 2 hours a week. If people do that 2 hours a day, every day, 5 to 7 days a week, they're going to get bored with that format very quickly.
Right.
Because they're going to be like, oh, it's this deck again. Okay, we're going to play this. Or, oh, look, we happen to open this Mythic. That'll make it new and interesting. But if they don't, then it's not new and interesting anymore.
Right.
And so, yeah, it's that same idea of, like, oh, the format's stale now. Well, no, it's not. I've only played it for 4 hours. Oh, well, I've played it for 60. It's like, okay, well, I guess your time economy is better than mine, but
Right.
like...
I guess you got nothing better to do.
Yeah. Or that's all that they do, right? Like when I come home from work, I eat dinner with my wife and like we record other things for our YouTube channels as opposed to coming home from work, sitting down and playing Arena while eating your dinner or like, you know, doing that and then ordering food and doing only, you know, playing only Arena while you eat your food, order your food, wait for your food, and then after you're done eating. Like, and that's just what you do until you go to bed and wake up the next morning and go to work again. Like,
that sounds like the worst life ever.
Ah!
So I'm glad we don't do that.
We sure don't.
Anywho. Winter says, I'm still hoping you look into Still Wakes, the Deep, for a scary stream someday. Still Wakes the Deep. Or Soma. Both of those are my fave horror games.
Nice.
Let me write those down.
Yes, thank you. I was looking for our little booklet. I
thought so, but then you came back with nothing, so I was like, I guess you didn't find it.
Yeah, I think it's on the floor over here. I'll have to get it later.
Yeah, we're having an issue with the drawer. It keeps getting stuck, and then things fall out of it when we try to take something else out of it. Okay, I have them.
Okay.
Hab says, I have my 5 mono decks of cards from the 90s for training newbies. I have my Return to Ravnica decks, my Phyrexian Infect deck, and now my 10 Bloomburrow decks.
Nice.
That's
I'm glad that
awesome.
you were able to make all 10. That's really cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Really cool.
Hab says, plus I have material from Tarkir and Theros and Ixalan and a few other places I need to go through and build from.
Tarkir is so cool.
Yeah.
Tarkir is probably my favorite plane.
Ixalan is also very cool, and so is Theros. I mean...
Agreed. Theros is probably up there as well. It could be my favorite, and I just misspoke, but Tarkir, the story for Tarkir really compelled me a lot. So...
And the story from Tarkir was really like where I started with like knowing and caring about the lore of Magic, even though I didn't play the game. And Ixalan was fucking sweet.
Yeah.
So...
By the way, for folks who are unaware, I know we talk a lot of Magic here on Video Games for All. If you're unaware, we have 2 other channels. Geek for All, which is our Magic the Gathering channel.
And Gluten Free for All.
And both are linked down in the description box below. So if Magic is something that you're not familiar with, but any of this sounds intriguing to you, you're more than welcome to go check us out on there. I will probably say it again later, but we stream Magic the Gathering Arena every Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern over on Geek for All. And like I said, down in the description box below, if you want to be taken there and sub and ring the bells and all that fun stuff. Yeah, we have our story reviews and stuff over there. We're trying our best to get back to them as soon as we can, but our weekends are just getting busier and busier, so we just don't have the time to like actually put the room together that we need for it. But it's still in the back of our minds. We haven't forgotten about it. But anyway, but we're here on Video Games for All, but we can obviously keep talking about it. That's not I'm not trying to dissuade us from doing that. I just want folks who are unaware of how that works to have context for it. That's all.
Yeah. Huh. That little jumpy thing was cute. I won't lie.
I keep forgetting to switch Mary to the front.
Okay. Hub says, so I have more than enough to play and enjoy Magic the Gathering forever without buying anything else.
Yeah.
Think I'm going to sell my Bloomburrow extras to my local store. Not going to keep buying packs, so it's not like I can pass the chaff to my kids to start a collection the way it was done with me.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point.
And that's actually pretty cool that's how it started for you. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, how much chaff of Bloomborough do you have, though? You probably have a lot, no?
Well, if it was one box, but you built 10 decks...
Yeah, I
maybe.
mean, if you had enough to build 10 decks and then you still have chaff, I feel like you had a lot of cards to begin with.
Well, again, it's a full box.
But
so.
it was just one?
Yeah.
Winter says, I don't even have 2 hours a day to do stuff like eat and shower. How do people do that?
They are a lot more fortunate than we.
Yeah.
In like having the time and the freedom to do stuff like that.
So Winter, when I was in college, I commuted to college, and so there were 2 different campuses. There was one that was about a half hour, a little over that, from my house, and then there was one that was an hour away. And
nice.
Very nice. And I worked over the state line. So that was kind of far from my house as well. And that was one of my jobs, but I had 2 jobs. And then for a portion of the time, I worked 3 jobs. So I did a lot of sleeping in my car during class. I did a lot of not really eating. Like I was like drinking protein shakes, and like that was my food. And frequently when I got home for the day, finally, it was a question of, okay, I have 4 hours before I have to go to work. Do I shower or sleep? And I would have to decide which of those I was going to do.
Yeah.
So, and I did that for a long ass time. So. Yeah,
I think I've told the story. I distinctly remember around that time, especially because you were working in retail and it was around Christmas time that Amy came to my parents' house for Christmas, which was also where I was living at the time, but still, came to our house for Christmas where our whole family was. And the kids who, we have a lot of kids in my family, in our family, and they love Amy because Amy loves them. And they were like, oh, Amy, come play with us. Come downstairs and play with us. And all the other adults who like knew what Amy had been going through were like, let the woman eat. Like, let her sit and eat.
Yeah, and I was grateful for that because I really needed to. Yeah. I mean, it was the first time in a long time that I got to sit and eat actual food.
Yeah.
And just sit and eat actual food. And Winter, you know what that's like.
That too, yeah, because you were having a lot of your gastrointestinal issues and stuff
crap.
At that point. Yeah.
So, yeah. But, I mean, I was living off of power shakes for a long time, mostly, and I'd be sleeping a lot of times just during class, and it was in the wintertime, so a lot of times I would drive all the way to school and then find out that my class was canceled.
Because of bad weather or
yeah,
whatever. And
so, okay, class is canceled. I'm pissed that class is canceled and I drove all the way over here, but now that gives me an hour to sleep in my car or something like that. So
yeah, my story is not that egregious, but I had whatchamacallit, I worked for about 2 weeks. I had a job in New York City. And where we grew up was about an hour's drive from New York City, but about 2 hours by train commute to New York City. And I was working in New York City, and it was like my first like big paying legal job. And I was making decent money, but it was a required 60 hours a week. 60? Yes.
I thought it was 70.
It was 60 because it was 12 hours a day that I was required to be in the office, and it was a 2-hour commute each way.
Yeah.
So that's 16 hours. Do the math. That leaves 8 hours of anything else.
Right.
Anything else. So that's sleeping, showering, eating, cooking, like preparing food, anything at all.
Cleaning in some other capacity than your person.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. And so that was 2 weeks only. So like I said, it was not as egregious as what Amy was going through. That was a lot longer that you had to deal with that, but that was pretty crazy for me too. I mean, when I first started the last job that the last job that I just left, when I first started it, we hadn't moved up here yet. And it was where we are now is 2 hours away from where we grew up. And so every day, because I was living with my parents still, every day I would commute to work 2 hours by car. So at least when I was on the train, I could sleep on the train and catch up on sleep a little bit that way.
Right.
But when I was driving to work, I was driving for 2 hours each way and then working for 8 hours.
Right.
So again, that's 12 hours. Yes, it leaves 12 more, but that's 4 hours of driving, like paying attention to driving my car. And then 8 hours of what I was doing at the time, sitting in front of a computer, looking at a screen. And so I needed to, I was, doing like mundane tasks over and over and over again just to, that I had to like keep myself awake for.
Right.
But yeah, it didn't leave a lot of time for, we were doing YouTube at that point as well.
Yeah.
When we first started, when I first started at that job. And when I was going into the city, because I distinctly remember a couple of days where I was editing on the train.
Yeah.
On my laptop. I would like take out my laptop on the train and edit. I would edit and upload stuff at work during my lunch hour.
Yeah.
I remember having to do that a little bit when I was working those 2 weeks in the city. It was not easy, man, but we all did it. By we all, I mean us, and then obviously Winter telling her stories and things like that. But
yeah, luckily that was a hill that has another side, right? We got to the top of that hill, surpassed it, we went down the other side, and now we're moving forward instead of up. And that is a huge help.
Yeah, I think that's the important part is knowing that there is that top to the hill. I've also been on hikes, like actual literal hikes, where we knew that it wasn't true, but you would have to get to the point where like it was a lot of uphill walking or hiking, and you'd have to say to yourself, well, just get to that spot over there.
Right.
And then when you got to that spot over there, you'd be like, okay, good. Now just get to that spot over there, right? You're like, oh, it's just to the top of this little ridge here. And then you get to the top of the ridge and you'd see more uphill walking. Right. And you'd be like, oh, but now it's just to that spot over there. Like, you have to like lie to yourself a little bit.
Yeah. And do it in portions.
Yep.
Yeah. God, I don't even know where I left off here.
Here? Yeah.
Okay. Because Hub says, because while I want to teach them to play as soon as they can read well enough, I don't necessarily want to encourage them to want to spend that money.
That's 100% correct. Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be a balancing act, I feel like, with like Magic did really well for me in terms of my vocabulary, I think. There are a lot of words on Magic cards, at least for the names of them, that like I wouldn't know were a thing.
Right.
But for Magic. And so that aspect of it is really good. Like planning ahead and strategizing and things like that is very good as well. But like you said, it has to come with a bit of respect for a budget, and like realizing how much money you do or do not have to spend, understanding that like there may be only so much that you can or should put into the game, and whether that means like you've talked about, Hob, with you have you're not going to put any more money into it because I have the decks that I'm going to be using.
Yeah.
So why am I going to do anything more than that? And that makes perfect sense. And so, like, again, trying to instill that and teaching that into kids as opposed to getting into, like, oh, well, but everybody's using these new cards now. It's
right. Marcus says, Tarkir is the location of my cube.
Awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Does that mean that, like, all the lands specifically are from there? Or, like, how do you mean it's the location of your cube? Because that's really cool.
Yeah. Hub says, actually, it was only 2 or 3 creatures I had more than 4 of. The spells I could spread around if it was more than 4.
That makes sense.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, the creatures, like, if it's a rat, it's not going to go, even though it could be a blue rat, it's not going to go in the otter's deck necessarily. So that makes sense.
Winter says, bruh, I used to spend 4 hours commuting by bus to get to and from college every day.
Oh my God.
I couldn't have a job and didn't even know where I'd be sleeping every other week. Good times.
That is rough as hell.
That's shit, Winter. That's just straight shit.
Yeah, that sucks.
Aw, Winter says.
That was for the kids wanting to play with you for the holiday. Oh. Being told to leave her alone.
I still went and played with them after I was done eating.
She sure did.
Just, I needed to do that.
Yeah. You were able to sit down and eat like a very nice cooked piece of salmon that was like an actual real meal that you could have.
With nutrients.
Yes, I was just going to say that. Yeah.
Substance and... what's a word for, like, the fact that food is like a solid? That.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Something you could actually sit and chew.
Yeah.
God forbid.
Hab says 2 extra head of the homestead, 2 extra bellowing crier.
Gotcha.
And 1 extra each of water spout warden, druid of the spade, and finch formation.
Gotcha.
Cool. I think I had more than 4 of some of the duos, but at least I could split those evenly between 2 decks each.
That's a very good point. Very good point.
Winter says the hike thing is a good metaphor for life in general.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh, that's another game you should check out. Short hike.
A short hike.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, sorry. I missed the it was probably the headphones blocked it a little bit.
A short hike.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's only a few episodes. It's like 3 or 4.
3, I think.
And but that was a great game.
Very cool. Again, a lot of the indie games that we played, I mean, I picked them to play because I thought they were very interesting, that you would enjoy them, and that they were just good in general. But again, I think with YouTube being what it is, right? If people aren't looking for that, they're not interested in that, the algorithm doesn't know that people would be interested in seeing that stuff. So
yeah. So I mean, but it's the type of things that I'm really proud that we have on our channel, you know?
Yeah.
Because if someone ever does go looking for it, like say they ended up with the game, they played the game, they loved the game, and they just, you know, searched the internet to see if other people played it, if there were differences with their playthroughs, you know, if they like the people who are playing it enough to watch them play other stuff too. Like, it's cool that those games, those indie games that no one's looking for, are on our channel.
Yeah.
So if they ever are looking for them, they're there. So that they actually, like, have a place on the internet to be.
That's right.
Winter says Magic players and Warhammer 40k players are a whole other breed.
And not for nothing, we're supported by Champion Card Collector in Poughkeepsie, New York, who who does a lot of Warhammer stuff. They do a lot of miniature gaming in general. And they've got an amazing amount of that stuff for sale. I understand very little of it. I won't say none, because that's not entirely true, but most of that is foreign as hell to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw them like using tape measures and stuff
Correct.
when we were watching them play a little
Yep.
bit, and I was just like, oh no.
Yeah.
No, I'll measure things around my house if I need to measure them, but I'm not pulling out a tape measure during a game.
Yeah, because all it means is they have, well, because certain miniatures, like, they have stats, like, you know, like a magic card would or whatever.
Right.
But their stats are just, like, known that you get it out of a book, and it'll say, this can move 3 inches every round.
Right.
And so you literally take out a tape measure and go, okay, 3 inches is like this. Now I'm within 5 inches of yours, so I can attack you.
Right.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Craziness.
It's a whole thing.
Marcus says, it's a carefully selected Tarkir experience.
Ooh.
Basic, 2 and 3 colored lands are from the block.
Perfect. That sounds really cool.
Yeah. Carefully selected Tarkir experience. That
You
sounds
like
like an ad, Marcus.
Yeah, he's advertising his cube.
Come check out Marcus's cube. It's a carefully selected Tarkir experience with basic, 2 and 3 colored lands, and they're all from the block.
Like Jenny.
That's me presenting it.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not actually behind me, but it would have been if that were real.
That's right. Ooh, Mary also knows Bite Now. Yes, please.
Winter says, Amy's body eating that salmon. But where is the caffeine, the sugar? What's this strange sensation? As if there is something taking physical space in my stomach. That's how it felt for me anyway. LOL. I'm sure.
Well, and also a little bit different only because Amy and I, just in general, not caffeine drinkers.
No. I would drink the Ensure, the like old people drinks, because they had like all the nutrients you needed, and they didn't have like a bunch of that other extra crap. Like they had some sugar, you know, so that they would taste okay, but they didn't have caffeine, I don't think. And if they did, it was a little, and they didn't have like a ton of extra sugar, you know.
Because caffeine messes you up.
Yeah, I can't really do caffeine usually, because if I have too much of it, I'll have an anxiety attack. So
I don't.
I usually just stay away from it.
I personally just don't need it. I went through all of college. I went through all of law school. Never used it. Like I drank coffee occasionally, but it was not to wake me up. It was because we were at an occasion that we were socially having coffee. Right. And so, you know, like I don't get, it doesn't negatively affect me. I just don't need it. And so I save my money basically. You know, I'll have like tea every once in a while, but it doesn't have to be caffeinated. It's just tea is a nice hot beverage every once in a while to like, you know, relax me or whatever.
Right. I'm a huge tea drinker, but most of my teas that I buy are herbal teas and they're not caffeinated. But I will say, like, if I'm ever in dire straits to like stay awake, I'll usually have like matcha.
Yeah.
Because that's a much better for you source of caffeine, as well as being like more effective than something like coffee. So yeah. Winter says, I like the grimdark lore of 40K. It's also wonderfully horrible. Wow. Okay. I don't know enough about it to really understand what you're talking about, but Hab says, I really liked that one you guys streamed. I forget the name of it. It was the GameCube game where you were investigating your uncle's death, and it turned into this Lovecraftian thing.
Do you remember what game that was?
Your uncle's death?
Mm-hmm. You were Alexandra Roivas investigating your uncle's death.
What the frick?
You don't remember?
Alexandra Roivas?
Mm-hmm.
Have I ever heard that in my life?
I mean, we played the game, so yes.
I guess so.
It is my favorite game of all time.
Oh, okay.
It's over there on our shelf, but it's hidden, I think, by the chair.
Like, our character's name.
Mm-hmm.
There's, like, so much that goes on in that game that, like, that really does, like, take our character's identity from us.
Sure.
So, like, I didn't remember her name.
Well, you also play, like, 8 different characters in that game.
Well, yes, but, I mean, it's mainly her.
Yeah.
But I just feel like, and I feel like that was the intent, right? Is for that game to strip away a lot of her identity and sort of replace it with that of her uncle, and or like just her, you know, like the evil past.
Yeah.
You know, so I feel like it was appropriate for me to forget her name.
Sure.
You know, because it was in keeping with the objective of the game.
That's right.
But yeah, that was a very cool game.
Which was called? It's a long name.
Yeah, I have part of it. I just know it's not the beginning part, so...
While Amy thinks, we're doing pretty well, considering. But this is what I would be doing off camera, or in between streams, so...
I've got it. Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem.
Absolutely right. Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem.
Yes.
Absolutely correct.
Such a good game.
One of my favorites, if not my favorite. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another game that, like, is up there for me in terms of, like, probably in my top 5 to 10 ever. We have not played it yet. I technically don't own it anymore, but it's not that difficult to get my hands on, so I will at some point.
Okay. Hub says, and you experience different people's stories.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Marcus says staff.
He means stop.
Oh. I'm over here cackling.
It was when you were doing the Tarkir voiceover thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. I'm glad you liked it. Winter says, wow, Amy, you're really good at that advertiser voice. You sound like you're going to sell me expensive shampoo.
Oh, God.
Winter, your hair deserves the love and support that this amazing shampoo can clearly provide. And only this amazing shampoo will provide. So, I'm going to have to advise you to spend every cent you have on shampoo.
Wow. That seems like horrible advice.
It's the worst advice. The actual worst.
See, Dwayne survived the poisoning. The poison faded away. So, Dwayne, still alive over here, even though he was poisoned.
I love him.
You do?
Yes.
He's bouncing along behind us.
Yeah.
I will say...
And you can still see his butt.
His little cleft butt.
Yeah.
I will say, in this game, very interesting, if your top Pokemon has fainted, the game says something very strange that I don't love the wording of it, but it basically, because, like, the Pokemon that's walking behind you is the top Pokemon that is at least 1 HP. If your top Pokemon is fainted, that's not the Pokemon that walks behind you. And so when you go to the Pokemon Center, you could put, like, Geodude will be behind you and you put it on the counter, but it could be that, you know, another Pokemon was fainted and then you'll get that one back and have that one be the one that walks behind you. it says something to the effect of like, Geodude is fully healed. You decided to take Geodude with you or something. As if like you wouldn't do that otherwise.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just leaving it behind at the Pokemon Center. Someone else can adopt it. It's like a shelter.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Winter says, I just assumed caffeine because college student. Yeah, no.
It's a fair assumption, right? It's not like how dare you. That's why I specified, because
I mean, with all the crap that I was packing into my days and the lack of sleep, there were definitely times I needed caffeine, and that's actually when I learned that I can't do caffeine because I will get an anxiety attack, because I didn't have enough sleep, knew I couldn't sleep that day, so I got caffeine, and then while I was driving, I had an anxiety attack behind the wheel. So, not great. And I don't do that anymore. There you go. Hub says, I will never get into physical Warhammer because of the price tag, but I always dug the factions of Fantasy / Age of Sigmar over 40k. Yeah, I feel like I would too, because I have like a very baseline knowledge of what 40k is, and I assume that Fantasy / Age of Sigmar is, very different.
Yeah.
And that sounds a lot more like my thing.
Yeah, and the gameplay is still very similar. It's just the factions and the actual pieces that you're using would be different. Yeah, for sure.
I have Warhammer Total War 2 on Steam, and it's definitely in my to stream list. Okay, Hub.
See,
cool.
I played a Warhammer game with our friend Dave over at twitch.tv/DAM314. Shoutouts to him and his community, who are called the Garnted Cult. And they're called the Garnted Cult because of a Warhammer game.
Oh.
Because we played this Warhammer game, and we were trying to actually I don't remember the name of the game, and I'm so sorry that I don't, but we were trying to remember or read the lore and actually explore it and understand it and stuff. And the game was horrible. It was so bad. And everything that I was reading, it was full of grammatical errors, spelling errors, etc. And so the Garnted Cult came about because the game was the word granted.
Yeah.
And spelled it wrong. And it was Garnted. And Dave was howling with how ridiculous it was.
It is ridiculous.
We were sitting there reading about this, trying to read this lore and parse it out and understand it. And it just had Garnted in there, that made sense.
Right.
No one proofread this. Garnted? Seriously?
No regrets.
And again, that was one of many problems that game had with grammar and spelling. One of many.
Ridiculous. Winter says, I can't do caffeine either. I can only have 1 cup of decaf tea a day or I'll get nauseous. Also, coffee tastes like poison to me, but smells so good. Yeah, same.
Amy likes the smell of coffee. So my parents will come here and they'll make coffee or bring coffee with them or make coffee at my parents' house and
And I'll be like,
Well, and my mom was notorious for really liking hazelnut coffee, and that smelled really good too.
Oh, she likes French vanilla coffee.
French vanilla, you're right.
Which smells amazing, of course.
Clearly.
But yeah, no, I can't drink it. And I have no desire to.
Nope. I don't mind, I used to get, when I was in college occasionally for the flavor, not for needing it, but I used to get the, Starbucks Frappuccinos in the glass bottles that you can, buy off the shelf or whatever. I would get those, shake it up like crazy, and then, but it was like a milkshake. I would, down it in, 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I didn't need it for the caffeine. It was just, it tasted good, but it was horrible for me. Why would I, why did I do that?
You didn't need it.
Yeah, exactly.
When I was a kid, we used to get the the syrup, the coffee flavored syrup, like a Hershey's syrup. It's not Hershey's brand. It's like whatever off brand because it's the coffee one. But, and we put that like in our milk or whatever. That was like the closest we got to coffee. It tasted good, but it didn't have any caffeine or anything in it really. It was just for the taste. And
speaking of
and it didn't taste like coffee either. Like it had a coffee hue, but it was like incredibly sweet, obviously. So
like coffee ice cream kind of a thing.
Yeah. But in a glass.
Yeah.
That's basically what it was.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, talking about like basically a milkshake. When I was working, I had like my first summer job. It's actually getting a little dangerous. I'm gonna switch. When I had my first summer job, I can't be switched out because I'm in rap, huh? All right, fine, I'll use a potion. We haven't bought new ones yet, or more yet, but that's fine. But every morning I would go with my mom because she liked Dunkin' Donuts, and so we would stop at Dunkin' Donuts and get coffee culottes. 100%, it was just,
It was just a milkshake.
Yep.
There wasn't even any coffee in it.
Well, no. Nowadays, Dunkin' Culottes don't have coffee in them. But I used to get coffee culottes. Or at least maybe she did, and I got a regular whatever. It was
what you described to me didn't have coffee in it.
Yeah. Well, because I would get the vanilla bean culotta or coffee culotta.
Yeah.
And yeah. Hers would have coffee in it. Mine would not. I don't think. So.
Anyway. Yeah, that shit is horrible for you.
Oh, God, yeah.
In every respect.
Yeah, in fact, I don't believe it actually had anything to do with that, but the last time I got one of those was the day that we were violently ill, if you remember that.
Yes.
Back at our apartment. And I say I was very ill.
Yeah.
And then Amy, while taking care of me, caught whatever I had, the 24-hour stomach bug, and then Amy was violently ill. And I felt awful. It was terrible. Yeah. And it was the kind of thing where I know it had nothing to do with the culotta. Like, either that or, like, we got food poisoning from, like, that particular Dunkin' Donuts or whatever.
Yeah.
But whatever the case may be, it kind of cured me of my desire for culottes for a while.
Good. How about forever?
That's totally fine. I mean, again, even at that time that I had it, I hadn't had it for years prior. Yeah. So... it just was like, we're near Dunkin' Donuts. I'll just get you. I think you wanted something because we'd been out for a while, and you were like, I need something to drink.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, well, we're at Dunkin'. I guess I'll get a culotta. I haven't had one of those in forever, and I regretted it.
Now you know why.
Yep, I sure do.
Because it was awful.
It really was.
So sweet. It was
that's right, because
nauseating.
You tasted it.
I tasted it, and I was like, ugh, get this out of here.
Yeah,
what
you
the
hated
fuck
it.
is this?
You hated it.
Ugh.
Keep going.
But then it had like an aftertaste that I actually found tolerable.
That's right, and so you kept
I had
drinking
a little more of it. Because like initially it's like so off-putting, but then like it catches up and is like bearable.
Yeah.
Hub says, 1 sip of regular Coca-Cola and I feel like my heart is going to explode out of my chest. I also can't handle most artificial sweeteners. Yeah.
Sure.
He can taste that shit a mile away.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if I put it in something and I'm baking it, he can smell the artificial sweetener. It's, like, super annoying.
Yep. Super annoying.
Yeah, because, like, I'm trying to get him to, like, be healthier, right? And he's like, this is garbage. And I'm like, fuck.
It tastes bad, man. What can I tell you?
Yeah, like even like the stevia and the ones that are like not straight chemicals, they're like actually better for you. Yeah, he can't do them.
Yep.
Winter says, man, I could really go for some shampoo right now. I actually do need to buy shampoo soon. Crying laughing face.
See, it works.
Yeah.
Subliminal advertising.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that episode of The Simpsons, I think it was, where they there was like a regular television, or no, I think it was Family Guy. It was a regular television program that they were watching, and every once in a while, this dude would just pop up on the screen and go, smoke. Like cut back to the show, and it did it like one more time, and then like later on, it was like a third time, and it cut back to him, and he's like, "Are you smoking yet?"
No, I'm not.
Keep going.
Yeah, so I don't do caffeine. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs. I'm just like fully, I don't even drink. I'm just like fully straight edge in like every capacity.
Yeah.
To the point where I don't even drink caffeine.
Yeah. And like,
I don't even eat gluten.
Yeah, that's definitely a moral thing, and not because your body can't handle it or anything.
Well, and that's the reason why I'm straight edge, is because my body can't handle it.
Sure.
It's it's not, for a long time, my body couldn't really absorb nutrients. So like if I had been on drugs at the time, I probably would have died.
Sure. That's fair.
So, I think back to that.
Yeah.
If people like really have a problem with the fact that I'm straight edge, like,
it's for health reasons,
right?
not,
like it would have killed me. Like literally, I was dying. Like, it was for a time there. It was pretty.
Necessary?
Yeah.
We're getting up there. We're getting there.
Hob says, God, now I can't get that old weird herbal essences ad campaign from the 90s where everyone was enjoying their shower way too much. Can't get more explicit because YouTube. Yeah, exactly. You can't get it out of your head.
Fully, vividly remember that ad campaign.
Yeah.
And not for any like pervy reason. I just truly remember because it wasn't that sexy, but it was these women like moaning as they like were like lathering up their hair.
Yeah. But honestly, it was that memorable because of the fact that they just would not stop showing the commercial.
Yeah, it did inundated you with it for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Hob says fantasy have Aztec lizard folk riding dinosaurs and rat folk that throw plague juice at people, and that settles it for me. Oh, nice. Yeah, that is cool. That's very Ixalan-y, I feel like.
Sure.
Has a lot of like aspects of that in there. I just realized it's been about an hour since you guys said you were wrapping up, crying, laughing.
I know.
Yeah, sorry. We keep reading what you guys are saying, and he keeps.
Well, and having things to say.
Yeah.
So it's good conversation.
Yeah. Winter says, I'm a freak who likes Starbucks hot coffee.
Hot chocolate.
Or hot chocolate. It tastes burnt, and it's my fave. So I have Starbucks hot chocolate because that's the only hot chocolate I buy because it actually doesn't have dairy in it. So it's lactose-free hot chocolate that... now, I've had lactose-free hot chocolate that was made with coconut milk, and it just tasted like coconut, and so it was terrible because it tasted like hot coconut instead of like hot chocolate.
Oh, I like coconut no matter how you give it to me.
So I like coconut, but that's not what I purchased. Okay? So anyway.
Give me a hot coconut is a very weird phrase, and I don't like it.
Yeah. I like coconut, but I like cold coconut or room temperature coconut. I don't like hot coconut, and I don't like hot coconut that's masquerading as something else. Yeah, I can actually buy the Starbucks brand hot chocolate if I know that I'm not going to have time or ability to make my own hot chocolate, which is what I usually do. So I'll take like my almond milk and I'll mix in some sugar, just some, granulated sugar and cocoa powder. And maybe I'll put a little bit of chili powder in there or some cinnamon and nutmeg. And I cook it on the stove in a pot. So that's how I make hot chocolate normally. But on occasion, I will buy the Starbucks brand hot chocolate if I know that I'm not going to have the ability to make hot chocolate on the stove in a pot, because who does that? But some people do that, but most people probably don't. Yeah, because then that way I can buy the packets and, open it up and put it in hot water and, actually get to have hot chocolate. So, Santina. And I like the way it tastes.
Sorry, I was just going to say Santina's critting like a mad woman over here.
Nice.
Okay.
Hub says, nowadays, culottes are basically like some flavor syrup in a cup of ice water.
Yep.
Tasty at first, but if you drink the liquid too fast, you lose all the flavor and just get shaved ice.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, and you end up like trying to use your sorry, I shouldn't be doing that motion on the internet. Using your straw using your straw to like break it up, Sorry.
Marcus says, "You smoking yet?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Hob says, "I remember that bit."
The smoking bit.
Yeah.
From Family Guy. Smoke.
I hesitate to call myself straight edge because I always heard growing up that meant no adult fun time as well, and I am very much the opposite of that, but in all other respects I absolutely fit.
Yeah, I've actually never heard that straight edge folks don't have sex. I've not personally heard that.
No, I've never heard of that. Winter says, I went to the doctor while I was in college once, and she asked how much do you drink, smoke, do drugs, do sex, etc. And when I said none to all, she was like, what kind of college student are you? Nice. Very respectful.
And her response?
The kind that has a 4.0.
Exactly.
Nice.
Yeah, I remember in high school, they handed out these surveys or whatever. I don't know if you remember this, because for folks who are unaware, Amy and I went to the same high school. But yeah, they handed out these surveys, and it was do you drink? Do you smoke? Do you have sex? And it was anonymous. You would turn it in, and the teacher would mix them up and then hand them in with everybody else's. Right. It was just to get statistical data for the area and for kids our age or whatever. Right. And I remember this dude sitting next to me, I said, no, I don't drink. No, I don't do drugs. No, I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't have, I'm not having sex with multiple partners or whatever it was that they were asking. And I remember him being wow, you really are a goody two shoes, aren't you? And I'm thinking to myself, I am a junior or a sophomore in high school. No, I don't think I'm a goody two shoes. I think I'm just, young. I haven't really gotten into all that stuff yet because no, I'm not interested.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird going to the OBGYN and having them be okay, what STDs do you want to get tested for? And I'm none. And they're okay, but you really should do that. And I'm no, I really don't need to.
Nope.
But they're but just because you're married doesn't mean that you can't be exposed to that. And that's their way of being oh, your husband probably cheats on you. And I'm
or had multiple partners before you.
No. So anyway.
Yay. We've been together for a long time.
Winter says, hot chocolate is actually supposed to be made with water, not milk. It's a drink that originally came from Mexico. they make it very different, and I think it's way better. Yeah, we went Christmas caroling one year, Joe and I and a bunch of friends, and one of the houses that we went to, they invited us inside, and they were making Mexican hot chocolate on the stove, and it was very delicious.
Yeah. Yeah, and thankfully it was a group of us, because otherwise that story would be very different in telling it, of like, oh yeah, we were caroling and somebody invited us inside. It's like,
and then gave us something to drink. And then 3 hours later we left. Weirdly, we couldn't remember what happened that whole time, but everything was fine.
Never did find out where my underwear went.
That's why we need to get STD tested when we go to the OBGYN.
I mean, yeah.
No. Okay.
Yeah, all those times that we go to the OBGYN.
Right. They're just looking around down there. Are you at the right doctor, sir? Winter says, I'm straight edge and ace, so now you have met one, LOL.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying, Winter, is you specified the two, as opposed to, I don't know, maybe you feel like you did feel like that was part of being straight edge, but if you're ace and that's your identity, then that implies that it's a separate thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, I always thought of it as a separate thing, and I've literally never heard of it having anything to do with sex.
Right.
I mean, maybe if it's like tied to a particular religion, religious beliefs or something that makes you decide to be straight edge and then also celibate. But, that it's, in my mind, those are two different things.
Sure.
Winter says, better count how many kidneys you have. Nice. Yeah.
That's right.
What? And oops. Hab says, have fun responsibly, kids.
It's true.
With a smile face.
That's true. Guess what?
Yeah. Winter says, I'm ace, but I definitely ain't no prude. I just don't want to be involved myself.
Exactly. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And of course, if it needs to be said, thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah, and I mean, people are fucking stupid, so never mind what I'm about to say, I suppose. But I mean, I don't think anyone goes, oh, someone who's ace is a prude. Like, I'm pretty sure they'd be like, oh, they're asexual, so it of course they're not having sex with people. And, one thing equaling another thing, but
yeah. But like you said, that does not translate.
Yeah, because people are fucking idiots. But
yep. This battle's going to take a while, but we sure aren't going to die. It's just like whether it's going to decide to fully paralyze us, but the tackles can't kill us, so there's that.
Winter says, so you're probably right. Nah, first thing anyone thinks when I say I'm ace is, oh no, we can't mention anything of that topic around her. Her poor innocent ears can't take it. That's fucking idiotic. Yeah.
I will say, though, I ran into an opposite issue when I was in law school. I had a friend of mine who I can talk to you about this later so that you'll know who it is, but I'm also not going to out this person. But I was having a conversation just one-on-one, and I kind of discussed sex as if it was like a thing that everyone has experienced.
Yeah.
And I realized that, like, I have no idea whether this woman has had sex before, wants to, hasn't had the opportunity, isn't interested, like, whatever. Right. But I just, it was so, like, commonplace for me that I very matter of fact, like, oh, of course, And then afterwards, it was like a very awkward, I felt awful. Because it was a very awkward situation where I was like, I am so sorry. Because, like, I have no idea that, and we were, like, close-ish, she and I, but, like, I had no idea if she had ever slept with anyone before. And it's none of my business. Right. But I mean, like, but I realized that, like, you know, in any of our conversations. I had no idea. I had no idea if that was something that had occurred. And I just, like I said, I very matter-of-factly was like saying something as if it was a universally understood thing about sex. And then I had to like walk it back and apologize because I just made that assumption. I was like, oh, wow, I am so sorry. Like, anyway.
Yeah. The older I get, the funnier that assumption gets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Infantilization is a pretty common issue. What is infantilization?
Treating someone as a childlike.
Oh. Oh, okay.
So, like, that idea of, like, oh, you know, we can't talk about sex. You're innocent and, you know, you can't hear really about stupid. That. Yeah. But yeah, you know, and like I said, I apologized to her because it was a very weird situation in that moment. I felt awful, but...
Yeah.
Okay, well, this sure has been a first stream.
It sure has been.
For our Nuzlocke.
Thank you for understanding.
Of course, Winter.
Lots of love.
For sure. Ditto. Get it?
I haven't seen any dittos in this game.
No, you won't for a while, if at all.
So, fucking get on with it.
Fair enough. What was I thinking?
On.
What?
Bring them on.
Bring them on. So yeah, guess what, everybody? Like I said, that is going to be the end of this particular stream.
Winter says, my gosh, this is the longest stream I've seen you do. Thank you. It was awesome, as always.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the reason why we're still here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Hob says, having the attitude I have about the subject and feeling that too many AFAB folks become unsatisfied by society is an injustice. It has been a very difficult journey for me to understand Ace. Same. Yeah, it has taken a lot of time for me to get to a point where I could understand Ace because I'm so different than that. And you know, we've talked about that. The three of us have talked about that on these streams. And so it's nice to hear from both of you on both of those subjects and to be able to say, like, I very much identify with Hob here, and that's what's made it hard for me to like grasp Winter's situation, but it's obviously so important to do so. Right.
And I was going to say, as far as I'm concerned, right, I always feel like as long as I'm able to come to a situation with understanding and interest in learning more or acknowledgement of the fact that like I'm not going to understand this right away, it's going to take me some time and listening and learning, then I always feel okay about that, even if, like you said, it's something where you're like, oh wow, I don't get this right away, you know?
Yeah. And with things like that, I tend to say something fucking stupid or fucking offensive because I don't think, you know, and I'm just doing that. And
been there.
Know, yeah. And I think everyone has. And I think the good thing, you know, that we can all say as a society is that everyone has.
Yeah.
For something.
Sure.
And so
until you understand it, and then
right. And so
you know, as long as you're a good person.
And so as much as we can be offended by those things that other people say, we can also be understanding of the fact that we've all had that moment where we didn't understand something and said something stupid or offensive.
Yeah.
And didn't mean to be in that moment. So
yeah.
Winter says, I think it's not necessarily important to understand the Ace experience because I know I'll never understand the Aloe experience. It's just a matter of respecting it. That's all we want.
For sure.
By understanding, I mean, like, relating to it.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're not going to say, I know what that's like, but
right.
you're at least, like you said, bringing respect to it as
yeah.
opposed to, like, that's weird. Why? You know, like, that's not
yeah.
that's not helpful to anything or anyone, you know,
yeah,
in any situation.
And understanding is a weird word like that, right? Because you can not understand something, but you can bring understanding to it simultaneously.
Yeah.
Right?
It's the two different... two of the different meanings of that word.
Right.
For sure.
Hub says, and I absolutely respect it. I just have a lot of things I'd want to say from a place of comfort and caring to an allo person that I repress because it would be disrespectful to Ace. Okay.
Ooh, good hits. Damn. This is going to be very interesting next week.
Hub says, and also Ace is a spectrum as well, so I don't know if I'm talking to never or in under certain circumstances in general.
Sure.
Okay. These are interesting points. They're not points I have thought of, but they're interesting points. I would love to hear Winter's reaction to those points.
This Wooper, coming across Woopers is so awkward right now because I have Geodude as my top person and then Cyndaquil as my second, and they're both weak to water, so I got to jump to Mr. Owl. But I know that's not what we're talking about. I just figured I'd add that in while we were waiting for the next comment to come across.
Winter says there's actually very little you can say that will offend an Ace person. Only everyone feels like blank kind of statements.
Yeah, and I feel like that's... Well, I know that that's not exclusive to an Ace person. That's just offensive. You know what I mean? Like, to like, make a blanket statement of, like...
Yeah, that's offensive to any type of person.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I feel like maybe that's how you feel, Winter, and maybe it's not how every Ace person feels, right?
Well, and there are... I'll try to say this as politely and delicately as possible. There are always going to be people who are among a particular group that would be more offended by certain things than a quote-unquote normal person among that group. And I don't, I use the word normal there. Like, the average person among that group, I guess, is a better way of putting that. Where, like, some people are going to be more sensitive than others, like, where some might consider it unreasonable to be offended by certain things, but...
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be specific to the experiences of the specific person.
Also true.
So I wouldn't say, like, of a particular group or anything like that. And I think that's not going to be even dependent on whether it's a minority type group either.
Sure.
And when I say minority, I don't just mean race. I mean a group of any sort of people who are considered to be less prevalent than any other, right?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
So, like, in this case, it's people of the LGBTQ plus community. I think there are people who would be in that group who would get defensive and people who wouldn't just as much as people who are not LGBTQ plus would get defensive and people who wouldn't. You know what I mean?
Sure,
like,
yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with whether you're in any kind of minority group of any kind. You know, I think it just has to do with your own personal experiences and your own insecurities and your own traumas and your own, just how you were taught to deal with things and stuff like that.
Sure.
So. Winter says, the thing is, though, those statements tend to happen a lot. And yes, ace is a spectrum, so it can be different person to person. And Winter says, exactly right, Amy. If an ace person doesn't like something specific you're doing or saying, then it's up to them to let you know, and it's up to you to respect that.
Of course.
Is how I feel on it. Okay.
I can only respect that. That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, I have always felt, though, that there's, like, a line between, you know, letting people know that you're upset about the way that they're treating you, and it not really being your responsibility to teach them how to, you know, be correct about it. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So, but I think that's a case-by-case basis, and I think that's on a spectrum, too. Like, how deep into that is the right amount of deep into that, you know, and the only way to know is to feel it out in the moment with the person that you're experiencing that from. So, and obviously for different people in that exact same situation, you know, different people would experience it and handle it differently. So, Winter says, when I say something specific, I mean something unique to them. Okay, yeah. Sure. Okay. Yeah, so that kind of makes it that deeper step to begin with. So then it kind of needs to be the deeper correction too. Yeah. Hobb says, interesting choice of words for this conversation. Do you think there's a better way to have described these things?
Wow.
Well, we're going to finish up.
Yes, we are.
So we can go to bed.
I'm starving, so I'm going to eat.
I'm hungry too.
Yeah.
I was just hoping that you would say you wanted to go to bed so I could try to ignore it.
Can't do it. No, my stomach's been growling for hours now. For like an hour now.
Winter says, no ace person is expecting 99% of people to know the difference between, I don't know how to pronounce that, agosexual, lithosexual, cupiosexual, etc. LOL. Good, because I don't know the difference.
For sure.
I don't know what any of those mean, but that's fine.
Yes.
It's not my experience. And Hobb says, no, just finding the inherent comedy. In what exactly? They are all different kinds of ace. Yeah, no, I assumed that. It's just that that's as far as my knowledge of that goes.
For sure.
And I only have that knowledge because you just wrote it in that sentence. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are. This is great.
All right, guys. We'll actually end it this time. This has been wonderful.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
We can always come back to this conversation anytime we want.
And speaking of which, we'll be back next week.
I just thought it was funny we were talking about asexuality and you were describing it going deep in. Emotionally, Hobb. Come on.
That's funny.
Winter says, pfft.
Yeah, it's funny. That's
okay,
funny.
Sure. I was when you wrote that, Hobb, I was like pissed. I was like, this is a serious conversation we're having, Hobb. Because I didn't get it.
But it is very good.
I wasn't there at the time.
It's funny.
Oh, gosh. I am so very tired, Hobb says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
in
let's
fact,
end it.
speaking of which,
Everyone go to bed. LMAO.
Yeah. Well, so we'll be back next Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern for more of this series being streamed. Again, it gets so scary with Mr. Owl versus Ekans. It's crazy. But we still get there, and that's nice. But yeah, so be aware of that. We'll be back at, and in fact, I guess I won't have to grind in between. Because we're only like a level away on everybody, or 2 levels away. So I'll just save right here. It's actually going to be a long save. Yeah, okay. But yeah, we'll be back right here, I guess, next week. Because now we don't need to grind off camera. But we had an amazing time with all of you amazing folks. If you are watching this on the VOD and you want to give yourself a shout out in the comments down below, please feel free. We would love to hear from you. And we can, thank you there as well. But Amy,
yes,
we had a lot of incredible people hanging out with us tonight, and you know what that means.
I do.
You have some work to do.
Winter, thank you so much for being here and providing such a wealth of knowledge. I'm grateful for that.
For sure.
Truly.
Yeah.
Hob, thank you so much for being here as somewhat of a something that I can kind of clutch onto, because I know that I understand you and you understand me, and so we can kind of look to winter together and take the time and the diligence to learn what we need to learn from her.
That was a good choice of words too. I like that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus, thank you so much for being here. You always are. You're always amazing, and there's nothing else that needs to be said.
Fair.
Has been Dust. I thoroughly apologize for the length of this stream. It seemed like you wanted to be here until the end, and you just could not. And so I'm sorry that you're going to have to either watch the rest on the VOD and or just, miss part of it. But it just turned out to be very long. But thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Nonetheless. And Erica, thank you so much for being here. As always, because we love you. And see, Holland was here at the beginning as well.
That's right.
Lots of love to him as well.
That's right. To each and every one of you, thank you for spending any and all time with us that you chose to.
Oh, there's a bunch more stuff here. Okay. Winter says, I have approximate knowledge of many things. And Winter says, arrow, ace, stuff, and snails mostly. Which
is great. I appreciate learning about all those things.
Love it. Love it. Live for it. Hey, and even my therapist cares about your snup dates.
That's true.
So
that is true.
I'm not the only one who lives for it.
That's right.
Hob says, jack of all trades, great bard ability.
It's true.
That is a great bard ability.
Wow. It passed midnight, and so the apricorn trees have regrown.
Oh shit.
Amazing.
Okay. We're going to end now.
Yes, we are.
Marcus says, love fam. It do be Nuzlocke time. This is going to be a blast. Have a great weekend.
You too, Marcus. In fact, all of you folks, I hope you have an amazing weekend. Thank you, Marcus, and all of you for those kind words all throughout the course of the stream. It's been absolutely incredible. What an awesome start to our second ever Nuzlocke adventure. I actually am quite pleased with many of the things that occurred tonight. Here is our team going forward. We do have one other person in the box in FU. So be aware of that as well.
You too, Joe.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anytime. So yeah, be aware of that.
Thanks for the stream. Have a good night. You too, Winter.
You too. Yes, everybody have a great night, a great weekend. We'll be back next live on Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern for Magic the Gathering Arena over on Geek for All. Again, link down in the description box below if you're interested in Magic the Gathering content. But if you're only here for video games, no worries whatsoever. Like I said, we'll be back here Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on this channel. And as a quick reminder, because we tend to do this, if you did not hear your name just mentioned, it's only because we didn't see it in chat. And it's not that we don't appreciate you. Thank you for spending any and all time with us that you chose to. In the future, if you pop in a chat and at least say hello, of course, we would love to have you say more, but you will still get that shout out here at the end from us. If you're not comfortable doing so, you're not able to do so, no worries whatsoever. Here is our blanket thank you here at the end. Thank you so much for being here with us. We really, really appreciate it. As a reminder, if you're enjoying the things that we're doing here on this channel, please don't forget, I've already mentioned it at least twice, but you can subscribe and ring that bell so that you will get notifications whenever any of our videos come out. Whenever we go live, you don't have to memorize the schedule. We have 3 other series on this channel that you can check out right now, 2 of which are Pokemon series. So if Pokemon is something that you enjoy, there are 2 times a week, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, where you can get new versions of that stuff. And as Amy mentioned earlier, we have a lot of old stuff that you can go check out as well on the channel.
Yes, and a lot of that stuff is really good content, guys.
Agreed.
I actually wouldn't be saying this if I didn't really feel like that.
Yeah.
But some of the stuff we've done, guys, those games were fucking sick.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
And, you know, some of it was like, okay. But most of it, I mean, I'm very grateful for the fact that Joe had the forethought to be able to think that video games for all was a good idea. Because I didn't get it. As someone who never played video games, I didn't get it. I was like, okay, but who's gonna give a shit that I'm seeing these games for the first time? And the answer is people who have seen them a million times.
Yep.
People who have seen them before want to know what someone who never grew up with video games has to say about these as an adult.
Yep.
Because it's a unique perspective. So thank you for having that forethought and convincing me it was a good idea. And now I can look back on the content we've already made and say how proud of it I am and how cool a lot of it truly was.
For sure.
Winter says, it's okay. I forgive you for not liking Shadow of the Colossus. Thanks, Winter. That means a lot to me.
Wow, calling us out like that, huh?
It's okay.
She's
because
not wrong.
You know what? If you check out Beglitched, I think you will love it.
Yeah, it was very interesting for sure. So, we will be back next week with more of this. It will be very interesting going forward. I'll be curious to see if I am less nervous after how much I enjoyed the success that we achieved this week.
Yeah.
And we will see what it looks like going into next week with our first gym battle and beyond. So thank you all for spending time with us tonight. We really appreciate it. Or watching us on the VOD for however long you do. Like I said, you're welcome to give yourself a shout out in the comments down below. But between now and the next time that we see you, whenever that happens to be, please continue to stay safe and happy and healthy. That is to you and yours super important. And for now, from us here at the Geek for All family of channels, I've been Joe.
And I'm Amy.
And as we always say, in whichever video or stream of ours you watch next, we will see you all next time. Thanks, everybody.